Yo, how's it going, people? How's it going? Um, Apologies in advance. I have a scab on my face that is healing, so just try really hard not to. You know what? I'll just help you out here. All right. So, anyways, as I was we could do this all stream. Um, as I was saying before, hold on. I wasn't saying anything before actually. Yeah, I got into a fight with a homeless man. Um, yeah, I'm going back to California soon. I've been procrastinating because I have nothing to do. But let's just get into it. Let's see what's going on. All right. Breaking hold on. Prove you're underground right now. Exposed? What is this? All right, coming in hot from our boy Wick TV. Let's take a look at this. Yo, thank you so much, Balls Mahone, with the $2. Is that Scab from FAF? Once again, not a real thing. Nice try. Why is my computer being so fucking weird right now? Close tab, close tab. There we go. It's not letting me drag tabs out. Spotify wasn't letting me select a song, so I just had to go with what was already like next in the queue. What happened to my hair? It's wet because I was in the shower. It's drying. Um, alright. So coming out strong from our boy Wick TV over here. I also have a deodorant stain on my shirt, which is awesome. Um, Disaster stream already? Alright, don't be so dramatic. People are always so dramatic. Wake up, liberal. Your country needs you. This makes me want to go Republican. This makes me just want to go Republican. But on another note, there was something that I got sent. For those of you that don't know, it's always been a long-running, obvious thing that Starbased, somebody that was exiled from our community for attempting to, and what I've personally found and others did, in an inappropriate manner, become the trusted adult of a 16-year-old, which I found incredibly odd, obviously, and I personally believed his intention was to do something else based off of what I saw, what didn't make sense to me, and his efforts to obfuscate in the given aftermath of that entire situation. But after he gets outed from this community, an AI account comes around. Well, it was actually not Denal at first. Some AI accounts come around that are tweeting out a bunch of shit that makes no sense. That's like along the lines of something like Morale is sweeping for the pedo freak, just a bunch of random names and like assertions along similar lines. And nobody knew, or everyone knew who this was. I was back and forth on it, obviously, because there was no definitive proof. It was all very circumstantial. But then I got shown this screenshot quite recently, actually. Denal basically declared war on me in chat the other night, where he said, "You're trying to find my docs? That's it. It's war," or whatever. Which around the same time, this screenshot from Starbase was coming out. Hate to be the guy, by the way, but I put my epic morale ops on hiatus as a sign of good faith. My pick is still up though, so I'll send you incremental updates of me finishing the last 10% of my docs tool up until it starts fire hosing Morale's picture to his entire following and followers. Oh, I have a fucking hair in my. One sec. I got a hair in my mouth. There we go. Whoa. What's with my audio? Is my audio bad? But essentially, and it's interesting, he uses the word fire hosing. That is what this is, right? The thing is, the account, so you have there's like layers to it. You have the main account, Denal, that will tweet out automated misinformation about people based off of being fed like context from live streams. It will shit out like AI takes or descriptions of given things. Denal's become more malicious over time. Now Denal just doxes people or threatens to. Um, and then you have this other layer of botting, where you'll get these unrelated bots that spam people's replies and comment sections, and it is very obvious that because Denal would communicate with people at times on like these burners and like it's the same person. Whoever is doing the botting is also Denal, right? And it is very obvious that the person doing the botting is Starbase. He's done research along this very front, but fire hosing, as I understand it, it was originally a tactic afforded to the Soviets, if I remember correctly. It's a very common propaganda or misinformation tactic where you'll essentially just inundate a given platform with an absurd amount of like false claims and misinformation simultaneously to the point where it's impossible to individually refute these claims because so many are being made at once. And that is what the person running the bots does. He fire hoses. And what do I mean by that? Well, after this was said, and after Denal declared war on me, let me go to my notifications. Your mic sounds weird. Lots of low-end feedback when you talk. But let me just see. Can I open my notifications? Like, this has been my notifications for the past 3 days. Most recent. These are all obviously bots. Hold on, I just want to make sure, because some of them tweet docs. Just want to see how far down I can go here. I mean, the notifications feature for me now is literally unusable. This has been going on for 3 days now. It is a truth that is so truthful that you have to purchase 10,000 bot accounts to say it. And they're doing it to people now at random. Okay, like there was one, by the way, there was one like Kilotonics reply that on its own had 76 fucking replies. It is just fire hosing the like forum with misinformation. And this is the same shit Denal used to tweet in the group chats. The group chats. Nobody knows what the fuck these accounts are talking about. And it's like, they're all from like Nigeria. All of these accounts. And I only bring that up because Nigeria is a big like source or hub for bot accounts. Same thing with India. At AidenUG, did you want me to give you head too? Yeah, so true. Alright, and food shops in the mix. But it's just it is autumn. This is all one person. This is all one person. They're spamming now. People, I appreciate people hitting me up and letting me know this. They're spamming what they believe to be my docs now. I mean, that was just bound to happen, right? It was a matter of when. I don't know how this is working, and I don't know what you're even supposed to do about this. You know what I mean? I normally don't, I would never encourage flagging, but like when it's obvious, like automated, like when it's like obvious, like when it's like an account from Nigeria that is like so obviously like a burner that just won't respect like any block, and it's just more like, I think it's okay to report bots. I think that's okay, right? Because what else are you reasonably supposed to do here? It's not like you can use the block feature because there's 50,000 fucking accounts. I don't know. This predates DGG, by the way. Right now, this person is a part of and working at the behest of DGG, but this predates DGG. It conveniently aligns with when Starbase was ousted from our community, and it's always been comparable sentiment being firehosed online. Yeah, like Toki was like, dude, my replies, they like fill Toki's replies. Apparently, Hassan. Actually, let's
says or thinks about you. So as far as I can tell, Ethan just isn't the victim of anything unique here. But obviously he disagrees.
Bro, why do you keep talking about Pegasus in Singapore? I literally never heard of this guy. Ha ha ha. Can someone explain, please, why Hassan keeps talking? We're joking. It's called memes. Okay, that's what we're doing.
You're not allowed to do that.
But what's not a meme is our love for shipping, commerce, and legit.
This video doesn't cover absolutely everything, but it does give a pretty solid overview of Cameron's pattern of lying. Some examples of the behaviors that Morale outlines include faking Discord logs, changing his stories over time, and on one occasion he seems to have even manipulated a police report to damage the credibility of another one of his accusers.
While I'll keep the individual's name censored, you can see he's labeled as a black male born in 1987. I'm not sure if this is Cameron's roommate or another to make someone accusing him of abuse look mentally unstable.
There's a very awesome interview with Aiden.
Well, there I am, Gary. There I am. This is so sad. This is actually pathetic, dude. This is so pathetic. Wait, let me... What does he say? What does he say? He's gonna be like, this guy that's getting like the shitter offhanded reference, that guy's really important to the story, everybody. Go sub down.
Underground, where Cameron is being asked to produce an original, unedited audio recording of a call between him and his accuser, and he spends like 30 minutes coming up with the most insane reasons to not have to show it.
Because you took like 20 minutes to find that. Can you just go to your file explorer, hit home, so it shows recent? Can you just do that?
No.
Why not?
Because I'm not showing you all the fucking, like, there's shit I'm working on that I don't want leaked. There you go.
Can you scroll down by one file?
No.
Just one file. Okay, one more.
No, now you're just being retarded.
There's no way the super secret information conveniently is
No,
the
I'm not leaking I'm not leaking my next video.
The first 4 files you show me are all related to what we've just been shown. So I want you to go to the 5th file, and it's very convenient that like the 5th file is going to be some like top secret information that you can't show in your most recent.
I just would rather not.
This is just very like suspicious, man. It is very suspicious.
How in the fucking God's name?
This was one of my
me not wanting to show you.
This was one of my favorite interviews that I did. I had a very fun time. And it's funny too because Parry was really mad that I did not add him to this interview. He held that against me for a long time.
The fucking premiere file for my next video is suspicious.
You don't have to. You just rename it and then you could screenshot. It takes like 2 seconds. Watch, I'll do it now. Time it.
But it's a waste of time.
Yeah, again, we'll never be able to fully prove if Cameron is guilty or not, but a good barometer for these things, I think, is if someone is accused of something and in response they lie like 40.
True. Thank you for the 5. Just your nightmare. Dude's excited about being in a Kilo video. Bro should be excited about getting a burger to fix his anorexia. I'm not anorexic. I ate a lot, yesterday. Where did I just put my phone? Dude, I'm always... Oh, here it is. I am using this phone until I just can't use it anymore. This shit's, like, cracked and, like... So, what's the deal? I'm hearing that Noah Samson actually, like, won his lawsuit, or the lawsuit was dismissed with prejudice. And from my minimal knowledge, that just means they can't retry it, right? That means that the case can't be retried. I'm sure he does. Does Kilo have a segment about the Noah Samson lawsuit in his video? Did you eat today, though? I've not eaten today. No. But that's just because I haven't been hungry yet. Hold up. Kilotonics. So we never actually watched this full video. We just saw the Diorio segment, which looked pretty good. But does he have a segment on the Noah Sampson lawsuit?
I suggest you all watch it through other people as well.
If you enjoyed not giving any views to that terrible video, follow, subscribe.
A lot of people have been wanting to watch this without necessarily supporting Ethan Klein.
So Ethan is targeting people who maliciously reacted by openly stating that they wanted to avoid supporting his channel.
Actually, let's just do a transcript search. That'll be easier. Ethan probably realized what's the direction things are going and wants to try to save face. If he does try, hopefully nobody lets him get away. If people do let him get away, we know who those people are gonna be. Okay, this is I mean, it's just like you are going to see. I agree with you that Ethan realizes that he's not gonna be able to keep doing this without repercussions, but do not forget who enabled him to lead to this occurring for as long as it did. And if people are going to sweep for him now, you know exactly who it's going to be. You know exactly who it's going to be. And many, the fence sitter types, they're going to do it subtly. They're going to do it very subtly. They'll do false conflations with other situations and people to sort of minimize what Ethan did by making him look like he's a part of a pattern or broader trend. He's not. This is relatively unique to Ethan Klein, what's been occurring here. They bring up both sides, because they bring up Hassan talking about doing it with Pegasus when it was an obvious joke. And there's a difference between saying you're going to do something or making a joke about doing something and actually going through with and doing it, which Ethan has now done multiple times.
And to a lot of people, that makes sense.
Favor the two, Will, Burger.
Go after the people who were trying to harm your channel. But the problem is that both legally and logically, the concept of a quote malicious reaction is kind of fucking incoherent. So legally, any focus on
There's probably tons of legitimate reasons to dislike Hassan. It's just whenever I see anybody that's like that widely hated, where critical thought is now no longer allowed to transpire, it's very hard to for me to jump on the train. You know what I mean? Maybe I'm just like naturally a contrarian. But it's so obviously this like echo chamber reinforcing every belief they have about this guy, regardless of its like validity or substantiation with actual facts.
malice in a copyright lawsuit would be a misapplication of copyright law.
Ethan is just a bully. It's his way to get a lawsuit. Well, yeah, but a lot of the people, ironically enough, who support him do so because they're projecting. I've noticed. Listen, I'm a communications major. I naturally love to look at the dynamics of these things and how they sort of work. And in my opinion, it seems like a lot of these like court cases, there's a lot of projection going on, or like displacement of people's own desire for justice, where people like a story where the bullied person finally fights back and does something. And for a lot of people, due to their surface level understanding of what's occurring, overt lies and lies by omission sold to them by propagandists like Diorio, etc., they viewed this scenario like one of those cases of the bullied finally turning things around and getting back at the bullies or whatever. And naturally, as a result of that, they wanted to support him. When you look into the details and what's not being told to you on the surface level and analyze this for what it is, determine who's guilty of what they actually did to provoke what, and don't address this like group of wrongdoers as some faceless amorphous group where everyone's responsible for everything everyone else is doing, you begin to understand that it's actually the polar opposite. You begin to understand that the story of Ethan Klein is the story of a bully, somebody that was used to getting his own way, and had people that enabled him in his quest to get his own way, that he engaged in aggressive decisions that ultimately were not just against the best interests of the space and the platform, but I think were even against his own best interests.
In US copyright law, especially when arguing for fair use, intent, or malice, has pretty much nothing to do with whether infringement has actually occurred. But he also got noticed by Noah Samson, a large pro-Palestinian creator, who made this comment while talking to iDubbbz about the hit pieces.
I don't know if you saw the guy who made the content cop about you right after the H3 content cop was outed as a
that came
pedophile.
across my feed.
Was outed as a child rapist.
Cameron very strongly objected to Noah's comments, claiming that it's a baseless accusation, and he started
It is not baseless. Is there enough here to assert that this definitively happened? No question? No. Right? No. I personally have my beliefs as to what Cameron did or didn't do. I personally believe he probably did it, right? But I would never argue with that as if it were like the dogmatic, like absolute event of what occurred. I think there's enough to make that personal assessment. But I think going into it, like, the reason people are drawn to that assessment is because after he was being accused, he verifiably did lie. And when you lie, you're doing so to obscure a truth that would, presumptively be unideal for you if it were revealed. So the question is, well, what truth is there as it pertains to this story and what he was being accused of that was so unideal for him it would compel a lie? And I believe that truth is the one that I personally have leaned towards.
Desperately trying to further latch on to Ethan Klein by
We're not watching that. We're just looking for a specific part of the Kilo video.
...2025 at 5 p.m. to agree to these terms. So I don't know when this was sent. Noah Samson made a community...
He just streams past it. No curiosity, no interest in learning more about it. We just move on. He's choosing to remain ignorant about the story. Going back to Michaela Reigns, this was his playbook also.
I'm not going to cover this story because I feel like there's a ton of misinformation coming out about it. Supposedly this was related to a star...
There is a ton of misinformation. Wait, he's right, but that misinformation was peddled by Ethan. This was so weird. And believe it or not, or ironically enough, the reason people do this online seems to have really originated with Ethan. Because for those of you that don't remember, back in 2019, streamer Etika, I mean, you obviously remember, had jumped off a bridge and taken his own life. Etika was a known prolific sufferer of bipolar disorder, which to my knowledge is, in terms of like, likelihood of suicidality, besides like major depressive disorder, it's one of the worst in the sense of the risk you're at of progression to suicidality. But the Etika's own mom came out because there was this one clip from months ago where Keemstar is doing an interview with Etika, and Etika's like, Etika was clearly going through a manic episode, and Keemstar is like a selfish, like, he doesn't really have any empathy, so he doesn't give a fuck. He just wants the content. And he responds to, like, one of Etika's... He's like, if nothing matters, then why not just jump off a cliff? Like, to make a rhetorical point. This was, like, months before Etika actually did anything. And it very obviously was not a result of what Keemstar had said. But Ethan peddled this lie that Keemstar had killed Etika. And even Etika's own mom was coming out and saying, like, there's more to it. Like, obviously, like... This is not like what's going on here. But they did it with this Save a Fox girl. They blamed some hater from 2 years ago for driving her to suicide. But when you looked at what that guy was saying 2 years ago, he was like a kid, it was just criticism. It was all criticism based off of a legitimate belief that somebody was doing something wrong. So to blame them for like a suicide is just like wholly like reductionist, irresponsible, moronic, a little bit evil even. And Ethan, when this like misinformed narrative was being pushed, decided to put on his Insta story, like he tried to signal to it to like relate it back to his situation.
Mark. Apparently, the husband's saying it has other. I don't know. A lot of people are making huge, sweeping assessments based off this person's suicide.
A lot of people. Like who, Nick? And that's bad, right, Nick?
I'm not gonna sit here and speculate on it. Yeah, I don't know. Realistically, I'm not gonna delve super deep into an unrelated story to try to investigate on how she died. So that's my stance on that position.
Suicide is very multifaceted. Now, there are cases where some individuals experience such a hard event that despite no prior mental health issues, they are led or compelled to eventually take their own life. But generally speaking, suicide is like insanely multifaceted. People's reasons for doing it, experiences, predisposition to certain illnesses, that to blame it on any single... There are some people that cause such hardship in somebody's life that you can absolutely say that they contributed, right? When the girl at school who's getting bullied by the same group of 5 girls every day for years that is scared to even show up to school at this point ends up taking her own life as a result, then yeah, there is some blame that can be assigned to the people that were going out of their way to make her life a living hell. But that's like a very direct, specific circumstance.
What else do we got here?
It's not an unrelated story. It's part of Ethan's entire justification for trying to eliminate snark communities from the internet. This is something Nick has been agreeing with and pushing.
There's so many parallels between like Ethan, Destiny, and the state of Israel. It's like unreal. Not just like the collective punishment aspect, but also the end goal here is there is indecent behavior online that I don't like and I don't think is right. But there's a difference between behavior you don't like that you have to tolerate and behavior that you reasonably should do something to stop. And the goal of people like Destiny and the goal of people like Ethan is they just don't like the way people talk about them. And instead of sitting there and understanding that as a part of being an online figure, this is something you're going to have to put up with and deal with, there's this effort to exercise control over everything. When ultimately that's not your right. That's not your right. People can talk shit about you, be rude to you, be dicks to you, say things that are even unjustified against you, etc. And it's just something you got to put up with.
For months, but because Ethan is the one making the claims about Michaela's death, he all of a sudden doesn't have enough information. We just don't know. I'm not going to speculate. It's not even relevant. This stuff works pretty well on a lot of people.
Did Sleepy make a video on this? Let's actually take a look.
$78 a month for 2.
Okay, let's actually look at Ethan or at Sleepy's original video when this started 3 months ago.
Before you watch this video, if you're expecting some sort of in-depth analysis on what's going on, this just happened. I don't have all the information, so really this is just me ranting about what this means to the ecosystem as a whole. Today is the day I showcase my hoodie with cat ears. I had a different topic that I wanted to speak about today,
We can't sweep this. We cannot sweep this for Sleepy. Cat ears, bro? Are we serious?
I feel like it would be missing the point not to discuss H3 suing Noah Samson. Now, I'm not going to act like I have any insider knowledge. I've been watching the stream as it's unfolded right now. Obviously, he's been reading aspects of the lawsuit. As you can see here, complaint for defamation, jury trial demanded versus Noah Samson. Again, I need to reiterate this. I don't have the time right now to read through the entire fucking document. I also don't know if they've even linked to the document. This shit is ridiculous. I kind of laughed at the iDub.
Okay, under that, like, if you could be somebody that believes that support for the state of Israel is not tantamount to support for genocide, okay? You could believe that, and that's, like, within your right, but there are other people that, like, believe other things with evidence. Like, if they believe that a certain descriptor is applicable based off of available evidence and the broader geopolitical situation, that falls within their right to free speech. Defamatory would be, I think, just, like, inventing facts that serve to that are unsubstantiated that serve to damage the income, reputation, etc. of the person that they're being directed towards, not an inference or a descriptive claim about what this person believes based off of what they've told you. Because if Ethan was to have won this suit, you wouldn't be allowed to think that, like, the opinion that people that support Israel support genocide wouldn't even be allowed, which is, like, retarded. Right? You should have a right to political opinions.
Content cop, because I talked about it last year. I didn't think it was a content cop. Like, it was not formulated as a content cop. They had like an intro skit, and then basically iDubbbz complained about H3 for the entirety of the video. But within that not perfect content cop, there were some moments and some things that he said that at this point you can't even really argue.
Underdog, they saw you as the guy who's defending the common man.
I'm suing, and I cannot wait for you guys to read it. At the moment,
yeah, the guy who they just kept pushing against that wouldn't take it anymore. That is like the view that so many people have of this situation, and that is the view that needs to be attacked and reshaped, and it started to become reshaped. This person is a neurotic bully that, despite assuming a career online meant to parody, make fun of, talk shit about other people, is unable to sit with the fact that there are masses of people online that will talk shit about him. Hell, there are masses of people online that will believe shit about you that isn't even necessarily true. Right? But this just comes with the job. It also comes with voluntarily deciding to express controversial political opinions. You're opening yourself up to inference, political hyperbole, attacks along those lines. And if that isn't for you and you're unable to handle that, get the fuck off the internet.
They're writing 3 complaints for 3 people.
You are doing the classic rich asshole thing. You have a deficit of friends, you have a surplus of enemies. You feel really bad, you feel hurt, but you also have a surplus of money. So what can you do? You can use that money to bully and intimidate people. These public legal...
I mean, is there anything else to say here? Like, the H3 podcast at this point serves only to, like, denigrate and belittle people, which, like, listen, I don't have an issue with that, right? Like, that's part of the internet culture,
but you're opening yourself up to having that done back to you when you assume a role like that. This, like, cry bully shit. Did I drop my vape? Cry bully shit is, like, the most unflattering, like, fucking thing on earth, dude. I actually, like, hate people that dish it out and can't take it.
You do that shit, but then when the same thing happens to them, they're launching lawsuits. Really? You know, back in the day, they had the H3 channel where they would target people that they don't like or ideas that they don't like, and they would criticize it and they would go after it. They've completely gotten rid of, like, the YouTuber mindset or whatever the fuck you want to call it. And at this point, they are just rich assholes. There is no consideration for YouTube culture. There is no consideration for, you know, trying to argue your points. It's might makes right at this point. They have wealth, they have resources, they have the ability to target people and sue them, and so they will.
So this is about holding Noah Samsen accountable as one of the main peddlers of this horrible defamation. But in large, just
he know, like, when he talks, he knows he's being dishonest. You saw it when he was covering this, like, new suit against iDubbbz or whatever. And when that was going on, he, like, talks in a manner where you know that he knows he's full of shit and is, like, a vindictive, like, spiteful, like, I don't even think he's convinced of what he says.
Defending myself, my name. And this isn't something that's going to be litigated on TikTok or Twitter, which is where I know Hassan and Noah Samsen like to litigate such things.
You must adopt the cope is that I'm a self-hating Jew. One of his fans said that to me on Twitter. It's like, aren't you like the self-hating Jew that, like, tries to be performative for, like, goys to win their approval and acceptance or something? You sound like a Nazi when you talk like that. You just sound like a Jewish Nazi when you do the us versus them. You're trying to appease them, the enemy, with the impure blood. You're a Jew in name only. In the same way, somebody, like, a fucking, I don't know, who here is, like, a white American? You probably have, like, German American heritage or whatever. You probably don't know shit about Germany. You're probably not wearing, I mean, this is more specifically Bavarian. We'll assume you're Bavarian for a minute. You're not sitting here wearing fucking lederhosen and playing the accordion or whatever, or really, like, because you're far removed from it. You're far removed from it. Your family's been here for generations. You're not, like, you're just sort of an American, right? Culturally speaking or whatever. So I'd be a Jew in name only in that sense.
No, this is going to be litigated by a judge.
Dude, you're a content creator. They are content creators. You guys all offer commentary and offer your opinions. And out of all three of you, you're the only one going to a fucking judge. You're the only one filing lawsuits. Like, it's such bitch-made pussy shit. And I mean, he names Hassan, he names Noah Samson. There's a reason he's only going after Noah Samson. He is specifically targeting people he knows don't have the financial means to compete with him in a lawsuit. You know, I've made a lot of videos on like orbiters of
the Ethan Klein's a bully aspect. The people that he targets are people that are not financially equipped to respond equally or have as little stake in winning or losing the lawsuit that he does, right? That's the other thing with the bully aspect. But I mean, to make a long story short, the suit's been dropped, thankfully, and hopefully that nobody lets Ethan weasel his way out of this. You still tried to do it, and if you didn't get the backlash for the iDubbbz lawsuit, this, like, let's not pretend for a second like he's realized the error in his own ways or some shit. Okay, we've got a new leak, a new London leak brewing, some new London drama. I got permission. Now, this story was on the verge of leaking because essentially this is what's been going on. All right? There were two London trips. There was one that I was on, and there was one that I was not on. And this one pertains to the one that I was not on. So, this is a drama, our first London drama, that does not involve me. I was not there for any of this. But what I'm being... I think... Okay, I'll just explain... I'll say this, alright? I was told something along the lines of... Basically, for those of you that don't remember, I don't know whose stream this leaked on, but there was a incident that occurred outside a bar on the second London trip where Soul Skibbity had apparently gone to push Queeman, and somebody stepped between them to intervene. It never went into a full-blown fight, and I had asked everybody, why did they fight? Why did they fight? And everybody was super cagey around this subject. Apparently, somebody said it was because Queeman looked like he had a smug face or something. I never got the reason. Well, today, I now have that reason. I have that reason. I've been given permission to discuss it. It's already known behind the scenes, so it's literally a matter of time. But Soul went to Spinling and Toastify at one point and told them a story. And what story did he tell them? Well, Soul Skibbity said to them that he had made out with Hellbent, and then he had believed that Queeman and Hellbent had, like, fucked or something, and he got really not jealous. He got, he didn't say that he got jealous. I pieced that part together. But because he believed that, that motivated him to then try to go and, like, fight Queeman. Now, I, of course, wanted to go do some investigating. I find out that during the London trip, and just so we're clear, the parties I spoke to, there is no Me Too allegation here. Nobody's accusing anyone of SA or rape or anything. I'm describing this as it has been told to me, and as I've been given permission to leak. But apparently, while they were at this bar, Soul Skibbity leans in, kisses Hellbent. She cries, okay? This is what I was not there for any of this. This is what I'm being told. So don't take this as, like, definitive fact. But he kisses her. She cries. and then it somehow escalates outside into him trying to fight Queeman in like a drunken mess. So I don't know what's going on here. I have never seen any evidence that Queeman and Hellbent have ever done anything, but I was spreading that rumor, and I think that's what might have compelled Soul to believe that. But according to Hellbent, Soul was like venting to her about me, and then made a pass and tried to ask her out, and she said no. Very deranged stuff. And people were saying to me, look at you, Aiden, you're out of the house. You're not even getting invited on the second London trip. You're out of the house. Thank God I didn't get invited on the second trip. With what I went through during the first, can you imagine there's a second? There is like something in the water in that city. There is something in the water or something, dude. I don't know what the fuck is going on. It is the trip that never ends. This was 7 months ago. 7 months ago. And almost every time something is leaked, it involves me. I don't know what the fuck is going on. I don't know what the fuck's going on. I'm never going back to that fucking city. It's like that one meme image from the Cape Cod account. It's like those who are going to get raped on one side of the highway, those who got raped coming back. London trips be like. Listen, I rest assured knowing that anything that could have possibly leaked about me from that trip has leaked. So I'm in. Hello? Is anybody still here? I think we're back. Hold on. Fuck me, dude. That was forever. My PC shit itself, and then OBS wouldn't launch. I don't know if anybody's still here. It doesn't. I don't think stream is shut down. So if you're the last person still here, we're gonna keep this going. Okay? We're gonna keep this going. I know that was forever, but you know, rain or shine, we keep it going. Let me. Dude, that was forever. Where were we? Where were we? I think we were. Did it just? Don't tell me it just crashed again, dude. That would be hilarious. Am I frozen? Did my shit just crash again? No, we're good. We're good. We're good. All right, come on. Just bear with me, PC. Bear with me, Mr. PC. Anyways, thank you for the 2 starfish. Praise be AG4L. So true. Anyways, with where we were before, I was telling you, I was recounting, I'm frozen. Oh my god, dude. Fuck my life. We back. Okay, we're good. On cancel. Okay. Anyways, as I was saying before, we doing the natural viewers bit is a every single stream occurrence. Okay, it's not an Aiden stream if we're not doing the. What is it this time? I can't even see anything on my screen now. Oh my god. This, like, I don't know if you guys can still even hear me. No. Okay, there we go. I'm muted now. Fuck my life. Dude, this is like some 1950s ass, like, fucking computer. This dude's so poor, he's crashing. This is my old PC. This is my old PC. Alright, I think we're back, though. We're good. We're good, alright? We're actually back this time. Alright? It's just loading up. But as I was saying, I don't know what to take. What do you guys think about the story we've just gone over? I'm frozen again, aren't I?
Before you watch this video, if you're expecting some sort of
every shitter application, you can hear me. So, what do you guys make of the story we just went over? What I make of this is, I make of it a very awkward, sad individual desperately attempting to find love, even with uninterested women. And I think that, you know what? Let a play. All right? I'm kidding. That is not my take. Let a play. That's all I'll say. Now, apparently, Anthony Fantano did a video responding to recent hate he's gotten over his, like, take on the Halsey album or whatever. I don't like Anthony Fantano, but I don't think he said anything on that review that was, like, that crazy. I don't know what her having cancer has to do with literally anything. It's unfortunate, don't get me wrong, very unfortunate, but did he delete the video? I swear he did a video addressing my most controversial song review ever. I swear this video was up on his channel. Oh god, keep spilling the sauce. Well, we've also, obviously I had moved on from this on the Needle Drop channel, thanks. But I guess he didn't move on from me, because a reoccurring theme I'm hearing from people like Hellbent, from people like Goat Cato, from his friends, is that this guy just wasn't getting over me. And I don't necessarily know why. I don't think I'm that, impressive, all things considered. But this person apparently was just talking about me a lot. And one of the ways that he would try to win me back over is by trying to adopt positions that fell in line with whatever it was that I was talking about. So for those of you that don't remember, I was at war with Purple Perry Gaming, and he jumped on that train to try to, like, get back in my good graces. And I think it even worked for a day. I finally gave in one day, and I said, like, yeah, he could rejoin the chat or whatever, and then I banned him. But that's because Green had been urging me to let him back in for, like, Green, like, wanted to fuck this guy. It would be for, like, hours. Green would be like, just let Soul in. Let Soul into the chat or whatever. But besides that, it was, why was I going on this dialogue? It turns out, okay, and this is not even my belief. This was everyone who came to me and said this to me, believed this as well from how it was presented to them. He wanted to write a script for a Purple Perry Gaming video in an attempt to win me back over or something. That was the interpretation of the people who he had sent this to. But I saw the script for this video. Do I have this pulled up? Let's take a look, okay? This is the script. Over the last few weeks, known streamer Purple Perry Gaming has been making some decisions that have been questionable, to say the least. Now, for some context, Perry is a streamer whose known claim to fame is the fact that Brandon Buckingham made a video on him after Perry said Brandon's hospital stay was fake. He did a dating show on Ricky Live's stream for the love of E-woman Crystal. He then ran from the dating show and cried about the moderation of the dating show, which was moderated by chatter Kathy Doyle, a name that will pop up frequently throughout this car crash. During this, you know what? Instead of reading the script, why don't we have someone else read it to you? My favorite orbiter, known AG4L paid opposition, man by the name of, and this is not Junk Drawer Gaming, it's very important to distinguish because we want to make sure artists get credited. Okay? We want to make sure that artists get the credit they deserve, and it's kind of it would be shitty to give credit for this work of art to Junk Drawer Gaming.
Do you have junk drawers at home?
Wait, not this.
Do you have junk drawers at
Junk Drawer Grooming. Is this where pedophiles go to get yelled at by Twink Brittany Simon like he's their Discord boss? Yes. Where's the channel? Oh, here it is. Okay. Junk Drawer Grooming actually executed the vision and made it a reality. So let's take a look. Alright.
Junk Drawer Grooming?
Over the last few weeks, known streamer Purple Perry Gaming has been making some decisions that have been questionable to say the least. Now some context, Perry is a streamer whose known claim to fame is the fact that Brandon Buckingham made a video on him after Perry said Brandon's hospital stay was fake. He did a dating show on a Ricky live stream for the Love and Elo and Crystal. He then ran from the dating show and cried about the moderation of the dating show, which was moderated by chatter Kathy Doyle, a name that would pop up frequently throughout this car crash. During his dating show, Perry and former commentary YouTuber Salvo Pancakes exchanged back and forth, which Perry then bitched about on a kick stream. Perry said Salvo only criticizes Perry behind his back and never says any of his criticisms of Salvo to his face. Salvo then calls into Perry, and Perry bent over like a gay man at a pride parade and let Salvo brutally—
He wrote that one in? Like a gay man at a pride parade. Very interesting.
anal fuck him for 30 plus minutes. Honestly,
really interesting. Very poor choice of words.
lads, this call's hilarious. Go watch it in full for yourselves. Salvo treats him like a child who dropped a vase or some shit, man. After the confrontation with Salvo, commentary YouTuber and known doxer AidenUnderground decided to cover it, leading to a back—
Known who? Huh? I am not known for that. That is not true.
and forth between Aiden and Perry that is still going on to this day. Aiden has asked Perry to debate him on a neutral stream for the past week and a half, but Perry doesn't want to do this debate. Instead, Perry is just sitting on his stream, shit-talking Aiden over and over again. Perry then banned his top guy, Kathy Doyle, from his server and chat, completely burning the bridge with him.
That's not even true. As well, like, you could tell Soul doesn't know what's going on here. Perry was refusing to talk to about me on stream for a period of time when I was challenging him for the debate.
Over some controversial comments Kathy made in Ricky Live's chat. Ricky Live at the time thought these were jokes, laughed it off, and didn't take it seriously. Kathy also states that these comments were jokes. Kathy—
See, like, even, this is the thing, even as a defender, he's totally useless, right? Like, you could tell when he there's a difference between when you, like, you could have a yes man, when you realize your yes man doesn't even know what's being argued and is just adopting it to, like, join on your side. That's like if you have a basic self-awareness, that's like a realization that it's just not, like, preferable to have a yes man like that, because it just looks fake as fuck. You know, you want the people around you, although it's nice to have people defend you or take on your argument, when it looks like they don't even believe in it and they're just taking it on for the hell of it, you know, that's not ideal. That's not all that fun or great, right?
Ricky even had a call after a stream, reaffirming that these were purely jokes and not to be taken seriously. But Perry, in all his wisdom, decided to take it seriously, getting Kathy in a call with Hellbent as a moderator, only for Perry to come across in this call as a whining baby bitch who doesn't understand when someone is joking and being serious. Unless he does know Kathy is joking and is purely doing this because Kathy keeps telling Perry to stop running from Aiden. Let me know what you think about this shit show. I think personally Perry needs to change the road he's going down, or else it'll be over for Perry as quickly as it begun.
So true. So true. You'll win me back with that one. Did we ever... I feel like it would be fun. I don't know. Somebody out there has the archive, and I've been unable to find it. You know what, actually? Let me just ask. Yo, can somebody... I'm live. Can somebody... Can somebody send me the...
Hey, what's up, buddy?
Can somebody send me the...
What the
fuck?
Shut
the
up, Green.
fuck up!
Can somebody send you what?
Can somebody send me the original Soul Bridgeburn stream? I don't have it.
Jimmy has it. I know for sure Jimmy has it. He's eating, so just DM him.
Alright.
Dude, what the...
Anyways. We also have this video in our from a new up-and-comer by the name of Rass.
Oh no. Not gonna show you some parents chimping out and disciplining their kids. Shit! You know what I'm saying? Yeah, shit! That to get some discipline on your ass. It's not gonna be rough. And I believe that child abuse is wrong and evil. But Sneeko, on the other hand, he gave the most retarded take that you can give about this. And I'm not gonna show it all.
I want to see if you guys have the same response. To see what the chat thinks.
What it tastes like?
What do you guys think about this? Is this the right way to discipline your kids?
Goddamn zop for that. Yeah, get your ass up. Bend that ass over. Bend that ass over. Make that weed breathe. Yeah.
What the fuck is this, bro?
Turn the fuck around.
Why are you live streaming this, bro? Yeah, okay, you could discipline your kids if they act out of line. Do you need to go and publicly humiliate them on Instagram? Now your kid has has millions of people seeing him get spanked.
Oh, sweet Jesus! Lord have mercy! My baby!
So, according to Sneeko, smacking your kid with a belt, that's acceptable. That's fine. But you know what the issue is?
What?
The real issue is, shit, why you recording it, nigga? Why you recording
Okay, all right,
shit?
thank you.
know
Thank you, Razzax.
saying? Like, god damn, man. Shit, you're snitching on your hood. On God.
Most racially inclusive Mexican.
That's the issue. That is online. And the worst part, this actually got me angry. He's like, you're not even getting money from this. Like, you're not even earning money. So what's the point? Like,
God damn, there's a lot of stupid bastards walking around.
This is my new rising star. No, Mexicans don't get the pass. They take that shit. Oh, okay. Never mind then. He's half black. It's okay.
Is good and public is wrong.
Bring children to this world, children who didn't ask to be born. And
when they misbehave, yes. But hitting them or doing anything physical to them is unacceptable.
I agree. This is a good take. Do not hit your kids, okay? Don't hit your kids. Ignore the deodorant stain on my shirt. Do not hit your kids. All evidence shows that it is harmful for a child to be disciplined in that manner, even down to like a reduction in IQ points. Don't hit your kids. Well, first of all, it's just not the most, like, it seems like conditioning with the application of positive reinforcers for good behavior and the lack of reinforcement for bad behavior seems to be a very effective way at parenting. But also, it seems as though parenting your kids with physical violence makes them more susceptible to the usage of that behavior, or the physical, I'm pretty sure, violent behavior themselves, lashing out, emotional issues, and intellectual deficits. Now, this is not a given for any time somebody gets hit. I'm sure everybody will say, well, I was beaten every night as a child and I turned out fine. That's great. I'm sure you did. But generally speaking, it is just not an effective way of parenting, and it's actually harmful. In other news,
there's nobody on overtime, there's nobody working on the weekends. There's a lot that could be done to have this done a lot sooner.
Steve?
And I'm here every day.
Well, she lives on the first floor, and so, I mean, I don't see...
I care about my other neighbors.
Well, I mean, it's scheduled. It's a contracted job. We don't tell the elevator company when to work their people. They submit a schedule to us. They said they could do the elevator in 6 weeks. So all we're trying to hold them to is meeting their deadline. As far as work,
anytime you turn on the news in New York, it's just like some building problem. There's always a problem with a fucking building. They're saying now in the city, they have it every year, but they're having a big Legionnaires outbreak, Legionnaires disease. I don't know if you guys ever heard of it. But it becomes a problem when you have like unmaintained cooling towers in living accommodations typically, and for a younger healthy person, you'll probably be you know, it's very unideal, but I'm pretty sure the mortality rate isn't necessarily that high, but it's like really a problem for the elderly.
Doing elevator repairs 6, 7, 8 o'clock at night, I don't see that as being a typical process, nor is it a typical process to be working on.
We've got to go now. I want to thank you both. Thank you. All right, it's back to you, Jim.
Ollie, don't let her go away. That's what. Does she have a response to that? Is she still there?
What's that?
Did the lady just leave?
Yeah.
Oh, that's too bad. We should have kept that discussion.
She's back if you want her.
Yes.
She heard you.
Yes.
What'd you like to know?
I would like to know a response to what the gentleman said.
You know this guy doesn't give a fuck. He's just trying to pick on Ollie.
The gentleman's a very effective spokesperson for the company, but obviously
Ollie died, by the way, unfortunately.
the people who live there are not satisfied with his explanation.
Right. So what do you want now?
Well, if I have to teach you how to be a reporter, Ollie, I'll do that later.
Why don't you do that later, Jim? I think the lady expressed herself, and you're not here, you're there. Is there any question you'd like me to ask her?
And no, I'll give you lessons on how to become a reporter later.
I'll
on.
give you some lessons on how to be an editor, because I was your boss once.
Yeah, you were, and are no longer. How did that happen?
Well, I don't
Here's
know.
Annabelle DeMillo.
Good morning, Jim. We are live.
Jim won. Jim won. Jim won. Total Jim W. I'm not talking about Medicare, by the way. Dude, do you ever, like, this is the type of shit I'll watch, like, when I'm high. I'll just, like, watch, like, old news broadcasts and shit. Dude, have you ever seen, this is how you guys gotta, definitely seen this before. Listen, I'm from New York. I'm from the island, but I live by Queens, and I grew up in that general area. Not to, you know, give too much away. But the environment that I have lived in is a very post-mafia adjacent, you know, a lot of the mob was huge out here. They still have like influence or whatever, but it's not what it used to be. But I don't know if you guys remember John Gotti. Remember John Gotti? Remember that guy? Remember that guy? You ever seen when he died?
One of Gotti's old stomping grounds.
This is how you guys, when I go, this is how you guys better be talking about me.
One of Gotti's old stomping grounds was the Ravenite Social Club in Little Italy, where the feds secretly taped conversations. So today, some jokester put a sign on the Ravenite door. It read, "For rent, call 1-800-FED-CORE," meaning Federal Corrections. And it made one of the club patrons so angry he tore it down. On Mulberry Street, loyalty to the Don is strong.
They wanted him at any cost, and they got him at any cost. He was the best guy around.
What about the people he murdered?
What murder?
This is how you gotta talk about me.
So Gotti may be convicted, but to some people he is still beloved. To some people he is still the Teflon Don.
It's funny because to you guys, the accent there is probably really funny. Like, to me, it's just the accent that I grew up around. So, like, there's out, like, if you listen, I'm sure if you heard my mom talk, you'd laugh or whatever. But I get very nostalgic when I hear that accent. There's a great movie about this guy. Fake New Yorker? I'm not a fake New Yorker. I've lived other places, okay? But I grew up in New York. I was born here. My family lives here. Why would you assume I'm from Williamsburg? Because I'm Jewish? That's like ultra, like, Orthodox Jews or whatever. Like, non-Orthodox Jews don't live in, like, really enclaves so much anymore. At least in New York. Non-regional specific accent, must have worked hard on that. I didn't. I did not work on it. I think I'm just autistic. As opposed to... See, you laugh at that, but you can be a Catholic Jew. There are like 1 million Christian Jews in the United States, which sounds contradictory, but it isn't. Aiden spent all his time on the internet. That's why he has this accent. True. Well, that's also why you have problems with like statistical data reporting on like Jewish populations or whatever, because it depends on, are you defining it ethnically? Are you defining it religiously? I personally think that it would be better to have a different name for the ethnicity than for the religion. How they used to have it done is like when my great grandfather came to the U.S. or whatever and had to fill out like his ethnicity or race or whatever, they'd write Hebrew as their race. I know that's a language or whatever, but it seems like for the sake of preventing unnecessary confusion, it would make sense to have a word for the religion and a word for the ethnicity, because also the bigotry is not the same. There are people who are bigoted, like for example, historically in Europe, before like the Nazis or whatever, most anti-Jewish bigotry in Europe was religiously motivated. The Nazis are different because the Nazis defined being Jewish as a race, and that's why Christian Jews also got sent to like the concentration camps or whatever. You want to be Italian so bad? I would be happy if I was an Italian, just because I'd probably have, you know, good family dinners and stuff, but you don't need to be Italian to enjoy Italian culture, Italian-American culture. I am a bit of an Italophile, okay? I like Italians a lot. I like the food. I like the social habits. I like that they eat late. I like that they talk with their hands sometimes. I like the way the language sounds a lot. I like the history. I like Italian history. Anyways. What's going on with our boy Beckett? Okay? For those of you that don't remember, Beckett lied about me. Beckett admitted to lying about me. He spread the false, because per his words, he was annoyed at me. He ran with the false descriptor that I was a doxer, despite per his own admission, because he was annoyed at me. And then decided to respond to a denial tweet, relitigate the whole situation, and then refuse to debate me on it or have any sort of discussion about it in public, right? He did eventually agree to do a recorded call, but I want to do it on stream. If I have to, we'll do a recorded call, but I don't want to do that. I want to do it on stream. According to him, the reason he wouldn't call me is because, or wouldn't do it on stream, is because I'd be performative. But I don't know why I wouldn't be able to be performative if we were doing a recorded call that was going to be aired out to stream anyways. Would you agree that Judaism is immoral, Aiden? What do you mean immoral? In the way that most Jewish people are Jewish? No. There are things in the text that are immoral, but those things are typically not practiced, right? If we're going by what's specified in the text or stipulated in the text, then every major world faith would be immoral. I think it's immoral for God to let people go to hell, right? That would be a Jewish thing. That would be, I don't know what the Jewish concept of hell is. It's been explained to me that like your soul goes through like a spiritual, I read like a spiritual washing machine or something, and your hell is the guilt and shame you have to live with for the things you did in life. But I've always viewed it as a contradiction to have a God that is simultaneously the ultimate moral, forgiving, and merciful being, a God that can do anything. He can do anything that he wishes to do, and a God that willingly allows people to go to hell. Because there is no sin on earth that would be proportionate to a lifetime of infinity, infinite suffering. No suffering enacted, all suffering enacted by a being while they are alive is finite, right? Infinite suffering is a disproportionate response and punishment to any act committed on earth and would therefore be unjust. So if God has the ability to prevent an unjust act from occurring and chooses not to, then how would he simultaneously be the most moral or just being, moral and just being? Moils, okay, most moils do not practice Metsisa Bepe, which is essentially I only learned what that was from the internet. I've witnessed a circumcision before. Okay, I've witnessed a circumcision before. Most moils do not do that. That is like a very like ultra religious like fringe thing, and it should be illegal. It should be illegal, right? There's no excuse for it. I don't give a fuck what your text says. That's disgusting. It should be illegal. Just like in my opinion, religiously motivated male circumcision should be illegal. I bet you get off to... Okay. No, it was a pretty horrifying experience, to be honest with you. It stuck with me. I think that probably motivated my firm stance against it, right? The baby isn't anesthetized when it's done in, like, a religious ceremony. So you just hear, like, the screaming of the infant, and it's, like, one of the most, like, memorably horrible sounds that like sticks with you, to hear like an infant screaming in pain. And there's just something intuitive where you know that this isn't right. Wait, somebody wants to call in. Oh, he didn't pick up. Aiden, would you agree that Judaism definitely reflects the current world happenings, especially considering Christians don't own a country? What are you talking about? There are tons of countries that are... Okay, we'll do the Beckett stuff, yeah. Okay, anyways. So I got sent this, but apparently our boy Beckett is up to some bullshit again.
Okay, let me play you this.
Destiny reveals his campaign against snarkers will likely end once the lives of several content creators are destroyed.
What's the end of this combat campaign? Or is this one of those vibes things where you change when you feel like it and have no thought out game plan on ending? The end of it is probably some of the other people's lives in this space. Unfortunately, I say unfortunately, actually, I don't give a fuck, getting destroyed. So it's going to be reaching out to and making people aware of what Morale and Queeman and Justical...
How fucking insane is it that Morale, Queeman, and Justoke get, like, mentioned? You're a fucking Asmongold stream.
Great take, Beckett.
Like, I don't listen.
How about, this guy's fucking... I don't actually, to be fair to Beckett, okay, I don't want to sound like a spicy chap, bro. Maybe Beckett probably doesn't have super favorable views of Destiny, but he probably doesn't vocalize it very much, does he? It's like, yeah, it's crazy that Morale's getting a shout out in a Destiny clip, but what is the implication here? That Destiny is like tilted over a fucking nobody to the point where he's like frothing at the mouth over life ruination.
I don't care what your position is on this Destiny stuff. Like, I've said this before, like, it's so fucking convoluted at this point that most people have just checked the fuck out of it.
Does he say, Aiden? Destiny's gone back and forth as to whether or not I personally deserve life ruination, so I have no idea.
But, like, this isn't... This hasn't gone well.
Listen, I've been saying this. I've been saying this for a minute now. Unironically, I think Destiny is secretly a fan of mine. All right, I've been saying this for a minute now.
This doesn't seem to be doing well for these guys. Like, you're being picked up on fucking Asmongold. Bro, what the fuck?
And all of these other people are like in their life. And then at some point, somebody's going to realize, okay, this is like too much, all right? I'm going to not do this anymore. I'm going to not engage in that anymore, right?
Engage in what you're doing, for sure. But his goal is to get people to stop talking about him. What does Morale do? What has Morale done to Destiny? He talks about him. Same with J-Stalk. Same with fucking Queeman. The goal here is to create an environment where people are not going to talk about you in ways you don't deem fit. And that is like, you're a control freak. You're a control freak attempting to exert levels of authority that we would never afford to somebody. The president of the United States, nevertheless, some random fucking like personal people have a right to be critical of you, to talk about you in ways that are not preferential to you, and he simply cannot fucking accept that. Now, are there people who are obsessive about this guy? Like obsessive levels of hatred? Yeah, but you get that with any widely hated figure online. That doesn't take away from the validity of hatred, right? But there are people out there who this is very personal to them, and he's actively done things that have created an environment where people are far more likely to start taking shit personally. And they do legitimately just have like a hate boner for this guy. And I'm not there, but he likes you to think that's everyone. Most of the critics that I've interacted with, the co-critics that I've engaged with, are completely level-headed about this. There are some, like somebody in Spicy thinks that I'm a Destiny sweeper. I sweep for Destiny. If you think that I sweep for Destiny, you're too mind raped. You're just like too mind raped.
Like, every time I decide to go down some path of like, all right, well, who am I going to fight with? Or who do I feel like I need to call out or do whatever? Like, I have to do all these calculations in my head of like, what upcoming talks do I have? Like, what have I publicly said and what have I not publicly said? Because I know these people are going to get emails. Who do I have to give a heads up on things? Like, who in my life is like the most vulnerable or exposed person right now that's going to be like dug into? Hassan doesn't have to think about these things. He just fucking does whatever. They just fucking go hard because they know that nobody's going to respond.
I mean, we're literally...
I actually, the best outcome of all this for me, like something that I don't, once again, it's not about his kid. It's more so about the fact that it's about him being a father, right? The best outcome here, like at the very least, I want him to like take a role in his kids, like, and he has taken a role previously, just not beneficially. I want someone to step in and deal with his kids' online presence, because I think that I think that it's like that's like the saddest part about all of this to me, that he has a kid that's out there online right now that is inappropriately, unacceptably getting like DM'd photos of like his like sex acts, or being held to account for his kids for his kids or his dad's acts. Like, I think that that's like really unfortunate. I think his kid deserves a shot at a normal life. No, I want Destiny to come in and help his kid out on that front. That's what I like. That's what I want. I'm not saying his kids are to be taken away from him. No.
We're literally at the point.
No, his son is 14 years old. There's nothing you should be A-logging. He's 14. He's permitted to have dumb, abhorrent opinions. He's permitted to be a dumbass. He deserves to have the chance to be dumb and grow up. Okay? He deserves that chance. And there's nothing of interest there. All I am saying is, I just want, like, people use the fact that his son is out there having the shit to like get back at him. It's not even about him. It's like a kid shouldn't be in this situation. Do something.
Where Destiny is alluding to
him. I'm saying that to him.
The lawsuit will be done. I'm just going to go super hard and try and fucking ruin people. And there's no way he hasn't watched the shit with Ethan Klein and been like, I could probably just sue some of them. Like, fuck it. What are they going to do? Like, he must
clip it, and then someone can call in and argue me about it.
He sat there thinking that.
I think that it is bad for a 14-year-old to be getting DM'd sexually explicit videos by strangers on the internet, and I think that an adult that is in the kid's life should step in and stop that. Clip that and then argue against that with me. Argue against that super controversial take with me.
I'm interested to hear. This is why I want to talk to Sean. I want to hear like a lawyer's opinion who's followed this shit of how the lawsuits are actually going, because all I ever hear are people who are like entrenched in a side, whereas I feel like Sean, as much as he like probably has a fuck Destiny side, I'm assuming, has at least been following this shit and is probably going to give more of a reasonable take.
Bond on our side. If everybody was thinking that, this is also why I rephrased the doxing thing like that, because Aiden tried, he kept pulling us out, he had no counter for it, he had no thing. He's like, well, Destiny, like, isn't it like imagine all the horrible things that's going to happen if people were to know, like, who was behind this Discord account? And it's like, excuse me, why the fuck are all these horrible things going to happen? What do you mean when you say that? Well, like, if people knew who was saying
That's
like this or
such
doing
a dumb point. He knows that people online have an irrational response to criticism. He knows this. He's probably dealt with it himself. Maniacs exist. This is under, you have what's called the just world phenomenon, where people's take on something is operating under the idea and notion that the world is just and people are rational beings that behave according to the preset code of what we define as normal. We know that's not true. We know that normal people don't exist, or we know that normal people are not the only people that exist online. We know that people will engage in horrific, irrational actions for irrational reasons that we can never predict, which is why you can be at risk with your personally identifiable information online despite not engaging in any personal wrongdoing. The only factor that needs to be met for that to be dangerous for you, and it doesn't even necessarily need to be met, there's schizos out there, is you're saying something that pisses somebody off and makes them hate you. And there are tons of situations where you can say something that pisses somebody off and makes them hate you where you're not engaged in any morally bad actions.
that, all these people would be like going out and saying, what the fuck does that say about that person's conduct? If you're telling me that simply knowing the name of the person
Not a
is
whole
going to
lot. Not a whole lot. It would be the equivalent of saying somebody wants somebody else dead. My default assumption isn't always going to be that the party that the other person wants dead has actually done something to justify the other person wanting this. Because we know that people want people dead over nothing.
People are trying to find this person killed. Maybe that guy needs to reevaluate his behavior. maybe we didn't think about that a little bit, you know? What's the end of this?
I don't know where I feel like I don't know where we're at in so many respects, because it's like reached the point where like you've got all these like sort of legacy major creators on both sides who've kind of given up and just like, yeah, fuck the hate community.
On both sides? On both sides. Both sides bad?
I never thought we'd like see the day where legacy people are like full on fuck the trolls. Maybe people need to get sued and destroyed just for being little shitters. It's like you can't ignore these people. It's surprising. Like I don't know whether I mean I'm not an Asmongold fan. Maybe I shouldn't be, but it does feel like fucking crazy to me that this is the point where he's like, yeah, no, it's just a based apparently. Luss has the best take so far on the Ethan Klein lawsuits,
Luss?
But potentially,
I think that Luss. This is the other thing about Beckett's chat, and I wouldn't. If you have ever said that somebody has a retarded audience, your view will become less extreme on that person when you go to the Cope and Seethe YT live chat. These people are fucking morons, dude. Actual morons. They would actually agree with like Trump's decision to appoint like a former CEO of like ExxonMobil as the head of the Environmental Protection Agency. They think that Luss or like Legal Mindset is your like go-to like expert on the law.
Criminal has been covering them as well. Two of the best practicing lawyers on YouTube. Yeah, Sean's
two of the best practicing lawyers on YouTube.
It's always been interesting. I want to hear his opinions on the Rakita stuff as well, because it has been ages.
Artist community, all ACC / yeah, the best combo, by the way. The best combo. Wait, hold on. 1 sec. I just gotta pee. Give me 1 second, guys. Yo, sorry, gang, I'm back. So, anyways, what were we doing? Oh yeah, we were covering some fucking bullshit. The deadest air. Sorry, I'm back. Frequent urination is I peed like once in the last like couple hours. That's not that frequent. So, anyways, as I was saying before, order some food. I did. So I'm gonna have to go as well and go put that in the fridge for after stream. Now, anyways, as I was saying, our boy Beckett, the ultimate fence sitter, has been doing this thing where he pretends like the Snark Left server is actually some, like, you just have to see it. He pretends like that whole, like, Beckett is, like, against, like, coordinating for clipping, which is fine, I guess. You could be personally against that. But he does this thing where he conflates his personal preference with some moral position and pretends like some wrongdoing was, like, a central intention of the server. It was not, okay? It was not. There were instances of individuals doing things that were wrong, that were not properly taken care of by moderation who missed it at the time. But when people like Destiny call it a doxing server, what does that denote? That denotes that one of the primary intentions, or a common occurrence within the server, is doxing. So if it is a doxing server, and the only instance of doxing that you could pull up in that server happened 2 weeks into it from a year ago, I'd be more inclined to believe this would be a case of a dox happening in a server than this being a doxing server, which is, everyone understands this, they just pretend like they don't because they have interest in playing dumb and acting like this there was some coordinated center for doxing or some fucking shit. But hold on. But Beckett essentially did a stream yesterday that people were telling me about. No, not this one.
This one tool.
Wait, when is this one from? This is the stream from... Are we thinking of the one from 1 day ago? Yeah. What I also find funny is, after the drama with me, and after Just a Robot released his video on Beckett, Beckett took a break. I don't know, obviously it would be funny to say that it's because of me or any of the drama. We don't know exactly why. But what's also very funny about this entire thing is this tweet. He decides to, what is this, man? Jesus, I've been gone for like a week. Whoa, why is... Fuck, dude. Chat is in the group. No, get rid of... Drag that down. Alright. Move the colors. Okay, got it. So... Jesus, I've been gone for like a week. Guess I will be talking about this whole mess tomorrow. Falgi fallout, ACC tensions, the insane paranoia. God, as my witness, this shit is so gay. He does this thing where, like, the guy who's dedicated his hobby to covering drama and, like, shitter situations that nobody gives a fuck about, he pretends like it's inconvenient for him to have to deal with drama and shitter situations that nobody gives a fuck about. You voluntarily assume this role. You deal with it all the time. Whenever he does this is so gay, I can't be bothered. It's because this drama in particular, or whatever it is he's avoiding, is personally inconvenient to him. Yeah, like the stream if you're enjoying. Another great way to help us out is to tip through Streamlabs or Super Chats. You can also join my Discord and follow me on X. It's just like, the thing that is so infuriating about Beckett is the whole, like, above it all persona that he... Linktree?
He seems to be doing quite well all things considered.
Oh, and then another K-Huck and Beckett are fans? Dude. No.
Destiny drama involving Queeman and the others has reached this point. This is Asmongold talking about Destiny, talking ex-BBC or whatever, but he's certainly not an establishment plant. He's a comedian, but particularly like his policy, for example, of I'll build at least one affordable home is can't match, or it'll promise things in its manifesto and then do kind of whatever it wants. Obviously, the UK is going through being airdropped in to take over the country. Goblinoids, yes, that
Why were people... Bro, not even finishing the clip. Does it get...
That's crazy. That's crazy. Wow. If people know online are supposed to like, maybe you deserve it. Oh my god. If you do things online that can destroy your online career, it's your own fault. Yeah, do Forza and do 6 hours, clock out.
This is literally rapist mentality. If people online want to fuck with you, like in person, using your personal information, it's your fault. Sure, would Destiny hold the same view as it... I don't agree with any of that, but would he hold the same view as it pertains to people fucking with him or the people he cares about in wildly inappropriate ways that he advocates for against his, like, base of critics, despite the fact that we can unequivocally and universally condemn the usage of these tactics, and I personally have urged him on multiple instances to denounce this as a tactic?
And enjoy life drama-free. Low-key, how is this an LSF post? Because people love Destiny court case, and I thought they were going to nail him. If you don't care, then cool. Yeah, and spite-based or based, yes. And once it got out of its soul, the actual child abuser was from Coleman's community. Drop off in comments to the snarkers. Oh my god. Man, by the way, I completely am okay with going after a lot of these weirdos. I am, because they're the same people that they do it. Like, my outlook...
If you're talking about punishments that have irreparable consequences when utilized, you should always be asserting guilt on the micro, right? This whole blaming groups and then assigning groups as responsible and worthy of punishment leads to individuals who are not permissive of, have never engaged in, and actively detest certain actions, becoming justifiable targets for those actions under your own rationale. It is a way to dishonestly justify your victims as deserving of it, right? No, if we're talking about, if you want to be judge, jury, and executioner, which you certainly shouldn't want to be, guilt should be definitive and ascertained on an individual level, which it almost never is when you're talking about these guys.
Is always, anything that somebody does to you is okay to
Aiden,
do
have you seen the iNut Beckett stream that happened yesterday? No.
to them. I don't really have any boundaries with that either. I obviously have to project that I do to an extent. I don't. And I'm glad to see Destiny being more aggressive with these people too. What about turning the other cheek? I don't want to turn the other cheek.
Like, that's the point we're at. It's like, yeah, no, fuck it. Go after people. I didn't think it would get this bad.
That is not the point we're at. That is the point that they are at. Okay? It is just them. It is just them. If you're a snarker that is okay with doxing these people and is okay with leveraging PI, etc., go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself. All you do is hurt people who want to legitimately address genuine issues with these communities without becoming justifiable targets themselves. Just like, it is literally them.
At least towards shitter drama.
I hate like the fence that are like doing these like descriptions about how everything that's going on here, everything, everyone, this whole situation. It's like, no, there is one party, there's one side that is engaging in these acts or justifying them actively, and that is the side that the blame should be assigned to for this being the shit show that it is.
Mental. The problem back is that they aren't shitters anymore. They've gone entirely too far with what they did to Adam McIntyre and the Kleins. I mean, potentially, like, certainly, like,
potentially
they've whipped up reputations for themselves, right? And it's like, through the panel debates and Destiny and Dan, like, just dropping things. Interestingly, I think the clipping stuff has really backfired on them. Because
he's so autistic about this. He's so autistic about this. He doesn't understand the whole discourse, Beckett, is that there is allegations this is a doxing server, a tactic that we have rightfully called immoral and discouraged the usage of. That is the part that people care about. You're injecting your like gay optics take about clipping to like sort of side with them on this issue. No, they're claiming that this was a doxing server. If you disagree with that, then you shouldn't align with their argument. Nobody gives a fuck that you personally think clipping is gay. That's not immoral.
Because now they're at the point where I've said this before, I just see endless fucking food shops clips that like crop up. I've had to start muting them because it's just fucking annoying. I don't know. Like, we're back to square one. We're back to where we were when I started doing this channel. They're literally like, oh yeah, no, we're going to fight with Wick TV and food shops. Seriously? This is where we're back to?
No, Beckett, I'd rather, instead of like getting like viewership, subs, money by like, by being paid to do what I love the most, which is argue with people, I'm losing so hard. I wish I was in this guy's shoes. Desperately avoiding some like autist with a fart fetish who made a video on you as you like sit and post like fucking thirst traps that aren't thirst traps because you're like ugly as fuck from like the bar.
Dude, absolutely fucking unbelievable.
I don't do that. What I like doing instead of that is I like attacking people. I like attacking people and making them victims. That's what I like doing. Plattner could have sexed it. Plattner, yeah, and there he is. This is the person I was wondering about.
My revenge. These people just like it's the same thing with like the gun owners that just like froth at the idea of being granted legal permission to go kill somebody that comes into your house. It's like, yeah, you should have a right to use deadly force to defend yourself, but like nobody should want to have to ever be in a scenario like that, because even if you're justified, it's still a loss of human life. That still fucks a normal person up. But they're like frothing at this idea of revenge.
Plattner could have sexted my mom and I'd still vote for him.
Oh my god. Okay.
So is that it from Beckett? Well, what if I told you that Beckett was directly going against standards that he would hold against you towards somebody that was an admin in his server? I've been hearing this from multiple people. People have been coming to me. I didn't cover the op block drama. Basically, there is this cabal that is like, they do the simultaneous, morals are gay, empathy is gay, emotion is gay, but like they enforce their moral standards over their kingdom of retards in the ACC, and they operate this cabal where they all sweep for each other, etc. But it consists of, it was Beckett, Lio Convoy, there was this dude called Falgi, or the Op Block, and for those of you that don't know, Falgi had some big leaks. It turned out he had like a server with like researchers in it, or a channel in his server that had researchers in it that were like digging up people's docs, allegedly. He was supposedly like talking about digging up family members' docs, etc. This was a chat that like specifically was intended for malicious purposes, it seems like, where these were a regular occurrence. You would have a better case in asserting that this was a doxing server or a channel than you would as it pertains to the Snark Left Discord server. Now, Beckett has numerous admins that, or to my knowledge, at least one or two, that were members of this server and were directly involved in digging up this info on people, right? And I was curious because he had such a strong take for my situation. He had to retract the doxing claim, but was so eager to find something else that would stick, that would allow for this like insanely exaggerated condemnation of me based off of what I did that was wrong, but not as wrong or as egregious as Beckett wants you to believe. And I wondered, if his mods were involved in this, why didn't he drop them exactly with all the strong takes he had for me? Well, apparently Beckett has his own defense, I guess, for his mods. I was sent this.
I'm back. I'm back. Holy shit, guys. I
Oh,
returned.
we got some great hidden heroine in chat. We've got the red-headed YouTuber. Wait, actually, let's see if I... So the other thing all these people have in common, they all think I'm the spawn of Satan for their own respective reasons. Hidden heroine really does not like that I read out her, like, pedophilic Nazi fan fiction on stream about an 8-year-old boy in a concentration camp who falls in love with the older nurse, and then eventually when he becomes an adult, they form a relationship together. She did not like that I read that and described it as pedophilic. But this Reddy guy, the red-headed YouTuber, he doesn't like me because... Hold on, let's see if we can pull this up. Let's see if I can pull this up really quick. Do I have the video? Do we have the video? It's a crazy video. We do have the video. Okay, Reddy was coming at me in a server, and then somebody sent me this video. And I replied to him with it, and he really doesn't like me because I pulled this video up. But I think for the sake of evidence, it's time. I think we need eyes on this. Open in media player. This is Reddy, everybody. This is the red-headed YouTuber, right here, real quick.
I'm in the thick of it, everybody knows that everybody's stuck out. I don't know nothing, no ice, I'm just cold. 40-something million, it's on our ringtones. Roblox sword sound effect.
These are my ops, man. These are my ops. These are my ops.
The first thing I'm doing when I'm back is this shit. Fuck me. How we doing, everybody? How we doing? CID, I'm for 3 months of coping. Beckett, where is CC drama to? The Balding Requiem. A good question. Give it fucking time. Kick in with the 50 Swedish. Becky baby, don't forget about sun. I went on some nice walks to see some stuff. It's good. That kind of worked. Especially because there was a lot of PII involved.
Skip to 30 minutes. All right, let's go to 30 minutes.
Greater pages because of a previous drama that I thought should not be released. Now, the PII involved in those particular creator pages, to be clear, the creators involved are aware of it. I've spoken to one of them.
Aware of it after
and
the
they're
fact.
both aware. And also just don't care. They just don't want anything to do with it. Just like,
That's
who gives
not
a shit?
true.
It's like,
That's not
they've
true.
moved on with their lives.
It did not sound to me. Was it public yet that Himpleton's PII had been dug into? It did not sound to me like Himpleton didn't care that they were looking into his docs. That is not, I think, what happened.
I'll be honest. Actually, yeah, it's probably a good.
I shared in a private locked Discord chat, I shared the face and said the name of a woman who gave out those same photos on her public-facing social media where she identifies herself as the wife of YouTuber Lyle Convoy, and he identifies her as his wife on his public-facing Lyle Convoy profile, which he says her full legal name in, etc. All of this was available publicly, voluntarily, across multiple spaces, in multiple places, on multiple platforms, by them, utilized against them, etc. And Beckett, because he was annoyed at me, and despite knowing that they had publicized this, pretended like it was docs info because he was annoyed at me. My question here is, based off of his take there, he must have some really hard, like, pushback on his mods.
Good place to go. So, once I'd found that out, once I'd spoken to that creator involved in particular, and they were like, Becca, I don't care. I don't want to be involved. I don't want anyone to message me about it. I don't want to talk about it, but I don't really care. Like this shit happened years ago. They understand what was in it. And they're like, yeah, okay, whatever. And once I'd had that conversation, I was like, oh, okay, well, they obviously don't want that page out on them, but they're not like freaking. And they happen to be a friend of mine. This is somebody who I do actually think of as an actual friend. So I was like, well, if they're good, I care less.
Why? Why? If you think that doxing is really bad or whatever, to the point where you if you think that doxing is really bad, which is fair enough, why would the outcome for the person that would be the presumptive victim of this be relevant to you when you're making a determination about the action and the person that perpetrated it, especially when these are people that are in your circle? And Beckett also is not a consequentialist, right? Beckett is of the belief that I didn't know that this information that I disseminated was public. So he says, even if you didn't dox, it wouldn't matter because you thought you were or something. That's also not true. I showed him proof that I knew it was all public beforehand. As I said at the time or whatever, I showed him evidence of this, which he was unable to refute. But that line in and of itself demonstrates he is not a consequentialist. The outcome of an act is not his determining factor for whether or not said act is good. What matters evidently to him is the intent of the person perpetrating the act. But it seems like that standard shifts so long as it's beneficial to him to do so, because he doesn't actually have any principles.
I'm like, then this server, that element, at least for me, doesn't really matter anymore, because my friend who was impacted by it is fine. Does that make sense to everybody?
Why would that not matter?
Like, they're not freaking out. They don't feel particularly massively aggrieved from at least their conversation with me. So I'm like, okay, cool. Well, need me a hand? You can have a hand. We'll do some stickers. Thank you guys very much. Much appreciated. Where were we? Bruda with a member for 10 months at Coping. So glad to see you're not dead, Lamar. Welcome back, Crab. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. Good to be here. Racer Fred with 5, tangentially related, but Cybersmith commented on my YTP for the Falgy apology. And I think that's really funny. Base, thank you for the 5. King with 50. Can I have a hand? Yes, you can. Okay. So yeah, my
about something else.
Personal main concern for a friend was kind of answered. So I didn't care as much. Now let's get down to brass tacks of who leaked this server.
Okay, just no creators were doxxed. It was just family members of Oplock's friends and staff. Got it. Beckett be like, it is disgusting to involve family members in any drama or whatever, even though the family members themselves have voluntarily linked themselves to the public-facing online presence of their family member who is a drama YouTuber, and themselves have had allegations pertaining to them in the context of drama. But Beckett, that's a very hard line for him, and I get that. I understand that. So surely, when something like this would really be fucking unnerving to him.
Now, I should be clear. Part of the reason that this happened was Shadow thought I wouldn't give a shit. Because when I talked to people about the server, I talked to Monstrous about it, because Monstrous currently had it in her hands. And Monstrous and I had talked about this server, and we'll get into the wider reasons why this mattered to Shadow. But I obviously talked to Shadow and was like, well, I don't care if Monstrous drops the server as long as these...
Monstrous, by the way, is an associate and friend of Lios. It is this incestuous fucking cabal that has been engaged in... If we're doing what the DGers do, and we do a group analysis, they've engaged in totality in a pattern of behavior that goes beyond some of the worst I've seen from anyone online. Short of pedophilia, and short of illegal activities. It goes, I mean, imagine you tell somebody that there's some 40-year-old man from their space that was beefing with a 16-year-old and called up the kid's school to falsely report him as a school shooter threat. That's pretty fucking bad.
Creator sections aren't in it. I don't really give a shit, because I only care, I care about the impact this will have on my friend. I think people who were impacted should know about the server, yada yada. And Shadow heard that and was like, well, Beckett doesn't care if the server's dropped. And I was like, well, I do. Listen, people know Saint and Monstrous have the server. I don't mind if they drop it in the same way I didn't mind if Slug fucking dropped it. I do mind.
But wasn't he urging people not to?
If someone drops it onto fucking Lolcow Farms as like a fucking Anon account, and it's not, you're not even scrubbed properly. So yes, like action take.
It sounded to me like he was against the dropping of these logs at all, right?
Like, again, I take this incredibly seriously. It fucking, like, I've known Shadow for years. I am incredibly pissed about this. We're also going to get into something else in a minute. But Shadow is no longer an admin for my server.
What about KJ?
He needs to take a long break. Shadow's not a bad person. It's just like he's fucking dude. He's got so
Just so I'm clear, so we have all the players in this situation, because I was like sort of an outsider. I didn't cover this in as much detail as others did. Shadow is the one that leaked, but in totality, were Shadow's acts any worse than KJ's? Like in totality? Beckett was against censoring it. So why is he pretending like his grievances with the forum or the fact that there's PII in it if he's even against the notion of releasing the censored versions? How is that not a sweep?
so wrapped up in this shit. He's taking a break. Let him take a break. He has been fucking dogpiled by multiple people, by the way. I'm not the only person who's fucking shouted at him.
Oh, poor him. He was involved in a doxing server channel, and there's a big issue with him getting dogpiled. When it comes to my situation, as it pertains to fucking London or whatever, Beckett's position is that people were not hard enough on me. Not to say that I was like, you know, the people were like super fucking hard or whatever. But like, you know, I did, and for many rightful reasons, but I did go through the fucking shitter. Like, I don't know why we're pretending, like, that wasn't like a bit tantamount at points to a dog pile. You know, in my opinion, a just one. But there was a dog pile there, and you didn't seem to take any issue with it. Instead, you knowingly lied to contribute to the dog pile.
I am to fucking beyond words. But obviously this is fucking insane. So yeah. And you know, there's always that question as well of I won't say who was having this conversation with me when I was talking about it. But someone was like, well, you know, Slug won't be able to prove it was Shadow, right? I'm like, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what Slug can prove. It matters what the fucking truth is. And the truth is that Shadow leaked the fucking server. That's the reality. I don't care. Like, for all the Beckett sweeps shit, because it's probably true. It probably is the case. I could have just denied everything and been like, what, Shadow wouldn't do that. Who would fucking...
Why was Shadow demodded but KJ wasn't? I still don't understand that.
Believe Slug. But listen, when something like this actually fucking happens, no, it's obviously fucking crazy. We obviously can't carry on this way. I have to do something. I can't. My hands are fucking tied. It is the right thing to do. And I think it is also the right, because people message me like, why are you tweeting this out? Just go have a fucking beer. No, like, this is actually, in my opinion, this is worth talking about. Or is it Friday with the 2? What shame, Shadow was always nice. Shadow is nice. It's just like, dude, fuck. Yeah, new goal. Sorry. Oh, it didn't even let me do it. Okay,
does anybody have the timestamp for when he gives he was just following orders defense? I need that. That'd be very useful.
Now again, so I can see Pete's being doxed as the server. I would not call this doxing. I want to be really clear. I do not think it's fair to call this doxing.
I don't know what... Do you guys ever get these, like, nerve spasms just, like, out of nowhere? You ever get that? I don't know if you just saw that. I get these, like, weird, like, fucking, like, temporary, like, spasms or whatever. I think I'm dying.
But it is fucking negligent and it is irresponsible. And, like, if Shadow is at a point where he is so stressed that he's so stressed that this is even something that occurred to him to do, like, it's fucked. You're fucked, right? You're fucked. So yeah. It's not doxing, just deletes a bunch of random people's PII due to... I mean, again, he tried to scrub it. And it's not like... Okay.
He tried to scrub...
I want to be really clear about this. This is the problem with touch graphs. I said this to people.
Did this admin know that PII was contained in the logs, which he seemingly does, and did he, with that in mind, decide to voluntarily leak it despite knowing that he did not scrub all of it? And if the answer to that is yes, then I don't know how, colloquially, you would not be comfortable referring to this as doxing, but would be so certain to refer to it as such in my case.
I said that something like this was going to fucking happen. I called it. This is just the reality.
Well, did you know about it? Did Beckett know about what was going on here in advance?
See. This is just the reality. Servers like this shouldn't be publicly dumped. You will never clean them well enough. There were plenty of...
Wait, so how does he feel about the fucking snark left logs?
normies in this server. But yeah.
Did he ever say this when the snark left shit was... Did he ever say this? Because that was my biggest gripe about when they were talking about going after the build in the fucking snark left server. If anything bad, I didn't think that anything... Because I knew certain people who were in it who would never, like, be permissive of certain behavior if they were aware of it. So I kind of was sure that, like, what was being accused wasn't occurring. But even if there were... I knew that there were, like, random chatters of mine that were in that server that probably didn't even know what the fuck was going on and had, like, typed 2 times. And I wouldn't want those people being, like, implicated in something they had no idea of and then justifiable targets of, like, bad acts. And that was a big issue you were going to run into when they're justifying all of us as, like, collective, like, as collectively guilty of acts that we're non-permissive of. But did he ever voice this issue when it was a server that was being leaked that was not linked to his own guys?
Yeah, I mean, it's fucked. It is absolutely fucked. Inadvertently doxing is still doxing. I don't know how much stuff is in this server, but what is being talked about as doxing is basically, I think it's like pictures of people's families or like kids, which
is doxing.
Like, I'm not even sure. Like, maybe face doxing. Like, it's certainly stuff you shouldn't put out.
I'm sorry, Beckett. Pictures of people's children posted without their consent. Why would you not be able to colloquially refer to that as doxing? In the case that you lied was doxing that pertained to me, I put up photos, or I reposted photos that the person themselves posted online had already been disseminated in YouTube videos, and that was open about the fact they were the wife of the creator that I was making fun of in the course of posting it. That was hard, easy for you. That was doxing, right? Apparently now you've walked that claim back, and what I've done was actually worse than doxing, I guess, right? Why would somebody non-consensually posting photos of somebody else's fucking kids? Why would that not be doxing?
Out, but it's also, I don't know. Yeah, it's fucked. I can only give you my opinion on it, basically. The action,
it's like Schrodinger's nuance as well. All the nuance and defenses and minimizations in the world, if it's the people you're cool with, but if it's people you don't like or have a vested interest in shit talking, you'll go with the maximalist claim, regardless of if it's substantiated by any additional evidence. You'll argue for the maximalist claim until you can't defend it anymore, at which point you'll then concede on it and replace it with a different maximalist claim.
The effort to scrub PII was taken. But this touch graph server, man. I've said it to fucking everybody. Absolutely insane to keep vague posting about it. But yeah. That is pretty much where we're at with this one. So yeah.
Beckett ever explain why your thing is worse than doxing? According to Beckett, it's worse than doxing because I went after somebody's family member. What does going after mean? Going after means I was saying really bad shit about them. I never tried to contact them. I never tried to get in touch with them. I never tried to interfere in their respective life. Okay? I was in my Discord server and a leaked recorded call saying some shit about them that I shouldn't have said to be edgy and funny or whatever while I was drunk. That's what Beckett thinks, though, is worse than doxing because the subject of my inappropriate jokes and statements was somebody's family member.
Pausing while we do this so people can get questions out of the way before we go on to show. My guess is that this comes from a place of trying to help, but ultimately it was avoidance of the stress of the sort.
But if it's somebody else's children that you're reposting photos of, that isn't going. I guess that is not worse than doxing for him.
Damocles, that is the server. Yeah. I mean, again, this doesn't, like, for the people like Shadow was annoyed at, this doesn't do anything to them. Right? But yeah. Yeah. Okay, guys. I'm not claiming this isn't PII. I just want to keep this in proportion. And as I say, there is no sweeping here. Shadow was removed for that.
Beckett is not a hypocrite. He is a liar. Okay? His contradictory beliefs are not just by virtue of him having contradictory beliefs. They're by virtue of him knowingly lying when he has vested interest in defending or demeaning a subject. Even if those two even if he has to be even if he has to condemn them in one situation, but synonymous behavior is defended in the other, and he looks like a hypocrite as a result, these are not what he actually believes.
This. There was no, we need to deny this or sweep it under the rug. There's just, we need to deal with it.
Weren't you, once again, was Beckett not literally against the release of redacted logs of this server that would assert wrongdoing of his associates?
Okay. Oh, so you just said the server was leaked because Shadow was annoyed at people. What annoyed Shadow, and I'm trying to, like, we'll get to sort of the wider stuff there, was the fact this server was basically being alluded to for the last several months. And the stress of this illusion, coupled with, like, other shit that was happening, basically drove Shadow over the edge. And he was like, we need to just get the fucking server out, apparently. Fuck knows why. There's not much more you can do than remove Shadow. I mean, yeah, I'm just like, yeah, that's just that's the end of it. But yeah. So, I mean, from the perspective of this server and the outcome from it, I mean, it's out there now, I guess. The major things attached to it were accusations against Falgi and Diesel and some of the other people and the stuff that was talked about in there.
And your mods. Your guys.
Was it an offline friend group? No, it was like, so for instance, like members' partners were in there. So it was like, I think one of Cloudy's friends was in there, but largely it's like creators, close chatters, and their partners.
Fuck, hold on, guys. I'm sorry. I know this is the last time I'm getting up. All right, I promise you. I just gotta go move my food to the fridge. Really quick. I'll put on something really quick. Give me 2 seconds, guys. Last time I am getting up. Hold up. Here's my debate with food shops. I'll be right back, guys. 1 sec.
A sexual predator is somebody
no,
who
because
preys
you
on somebody
threatened to Me Too them.
So, I'm sorry. So,
and then
there was a threat to. So you.
Whoa, Alish! I don't want to listen to my voice. Okay.
What's up? Sorry, I had the stream on. What's going on?
Nothing much.
Okay, I'm not going to interfere as much. Otherwise, you're going to say there's a 2v1. But
no, I'm not. I'm okay with 2v1s.
No, I don't.
You can invite somebody in if you want.
Wait. You're okay with 2v1s.
You can have it. Oh, okay. You can take it.
Corner and masturbate. Okay.
No, I get it. Well, dude, chill.
He only likes 2v1s when. Never mind. So
actually, I would like to bring in somebody. I actually would like to bring in somebody. You know, now that you mentioned it. My Discord crashed.
He's gonna call.
Sorry,
I have a question. Is it if it's on the record, if something's on the record, it makes it true. Does that mean when you said you were gonna dox somebody, is that on the record? Is that true?
I'm sorry. When did I ever say something being on the record makes it true?
You said that Food Shops was on the record saying, "I want to wrap myself
because
around."
She was on the record saying that.
Yes, and that makes it true because you're saying that that's a factual statement.
That doesn't inherently make it true. It could be a joke, but when we take into account the fact that she was actually in a relationship with a minor, right, and the fact that she admits to being aroused,
we have to go over the same thing over and over and over again.
No, it seems to me that
because you can't even prove they were a minor. You can't even prove they're a minor. You can't even prove they're a minor. I don't know why you're saying this.
Can you prove they're an adult?
Can you prove they're a minor? Is it innocent until proven guilty or guilty until proven innocent?
Can you prove they're an adult?
Yeah.
Why does Destiny not defend you on this?
So we're missing the point here. The point here is that you're picking and choosing things that you choose to be true and not to be true. But when you say things like, I'm going to dox you, I'm going to post your docs tonight, that was just all jokes, right?
Oh, shit. I'm sorry, Alish, do you think when I'm at somebody's house and I say to them in a chat while they're next to me, I'm going to post your address tonight, and then they laugh, you think that that's a serious statement?
How would I know? How would I know? It's on the record.
Okay, I've just explained to you. That's how you would know.
Yeah, it's written down in a chat. So apparently, by your standards, it means that it's true. It's on the record,
I'm sorry,
right?
when did I ever say that a statement is inherently true all the time?
Okay, so why are you using this?
I'm asking.
Why are you dead ass taking what she said to be true?
I'm actually asking her. I'm actually asking her.
What?
I literally said it was a joke, but you're like,
you said it was shock humor. You said it was shock humor. I want to thank you for invoking the live situation, because you reminded me that you said that when I said what I said was shock humor.
Was that on the record? Was that on the record?
That's not a valid excuse. So obviously shock humor can't be a valid excuse. You have to try again.
So we don't have to try again. You just got your ass.
She has literally demonstrated it. Yo, sorry guys, I'm back. All right, that was my last time getting up. All right. Anyways, so thank God that shit was ass. Yeah, no worries.
Honors, right?
By the way, you guys will support the stream. As always, you're going to help us out as a tip through Streamlabs and Super Chat. You can also like.
So I know about the server, I know what was in there, and I would absolutely say some of the doxes were collectively malicious. Leaking it because you're annoyed, it's taking too long is certainly a choice. Yeah, again, I'm not defending leaking it. To be, like, so what wasn't released with this was the stuff like Himpleton's PII. Like, that page is not in the release.
Okay, so some PII was not in there. That's great, but PII was in there. And just because other PII wasn't in there, that does not, like, make what did happen any better.
Right? What was dumped was essentially the general chat. Again, I don't know why you do this. But my understanding, that's what's dumped. So, yeah.
Yeah, who drew the ACC Cabal thumbnail that I not had?
Because with the fallout of this shit, and this has been the case, and this is why we now need to talk about everything else. The fallout of this shit is a load of stuff that's happened vaguely behind the scenes for the past, like, several months, which has led to this fucking mess.
Thank Himpy for the... I didn't realize that Himpleton raided. Sorry, my bad.
Is it just about intent to you? Okay, so the reason I'm like not labeling this as doxing, I guess. Look, I'll say it this way. If people want to use the word doxing for this, I'm not gonna get on a fucking high horse about it.
Why are you not using the word doxing, Beckett? Somebody's PII was that they had not spread themselves, which goes beyond my situation. Somebody's PII that they didn't consensually publish themselves was being actively searched for in a server where it seems like, based on the logs I saw, malicious intent was noted in numerous instances. But in this server, people's PII was being reposted. Why would that not be doxing per your own definition?
The effort was made to scrub it. It was scrubbed badly. I'm just more annoyed about the, like, server being dropped. Generally. I feel like just going, well, it's shadow doxing, betrays, like, almost wider context of, like, what a fucking mess this is. But if people want to be like, yeah, they're dropping it at all as a dox, sure, whatever.
Did Shadow know that there was PII in the server? Yes. Did he think that he redacted all the PII when posting it? No, which would then follow that he knew there was PII in the logs that he was posting. So Shadow knowingly posted PII. Now the question, and apparently this was done on what, Lolcow Farms? Was that where this first got dropped, if I remember correctly? Isn't that a site that hosts or engages in malicious behavior?
Whatever. I haven't opened the mega files. I haven't got them, so I don't know what the scrub looks like. But as far as I'm aware, things like email addresses, people's names, shit like that was removed. The effort was made to remove that shit. It's like clearly the scrub, like, you know, that effort was included. And previously with other leaks that happened where people are trying to scrub things down. I think like Hellbent's been like dragged up again with this Soul Skibbity stuff, where Hellbent posted a picture of Soul's like text messages and it included Soul's like phone number.
It is not the same fucking thing. Wait, when is this stream from? Wait, this is from a few days ago? I thought this was from the drama at the time. This is recent. This is not being seriously dug up as a drama against Hellbent, you purposefully obtuse lying fuck, okay? Soul, despite himself at the time, admitting that my bad faith assertion that Hellbent had doxed him was not true is out of spite and to provide ammo to a group he's trying to get into the good graces of, revising his take on this. Okay? How this situation occurred is as follows. Hellbent was really drunk, wanted to prove that she got texted something, so she posts a screenshot in Icy of the text she got, but the number is unblurred in the text, and she was like, I thought I cropped it, but she deletes it the second that's pointed out. Soul knows it was an accident. I know it was an accident, but I'm like making fun of her for this now and being like, wow, so you doxed him? She comes back in to repost the screenshot with the number blurred at the top, which it was. However, I think this was on WhatsApp or something. You could see the number in another place. So when she reposts the screenshot, she's obviously blurred it at the top, but it's still there, and she obviously doesn't notice, because why take the effort to remove it from the top if it's going to be there at the bottom now? And she then deletes it again. The drama was she was a drunk, dumb fuck, and the person whose number was released as part of that acknowledged that at the time. So I don't know what new information he or any of us have been made privy to that changes that context.
It's like, that's a fuck up, but it's not like intentionally trying to dox Soul Skibbity's phone number. And I think that kind of matters. How did Shadow obtain the server? So, Shadow obtained the server through Vlad, because it's not just Falgi handed the server over to people. Other people were in this server, and I think Vlad may have been in it at some point and just pulled a copy of it. And after the conversation with me, Shadow was like, well, if Beckett doesn't care, he went to Vlad and was like, and told Vlad that I didn't care, and so Vlad gave him the server. So yeah. He also told Vlad to be clear. That the whole thing would be scrubbed, like fully scrubbed, so there'd be no personal identifiable information in there. And Vlad's, Vlad is of the similar opinion, as I understand it, that like this vague posting about the server and the shit that happened was fucking annoying. Vlad was not involved in the research side of the Touchgrass server. I think Vlad got access to the Touchgrass server during the Falgi drama, to be clear. He wasn't in.
So Shadow lied. Yeah.
I think Yen asked, did Vlad know it was going to be posted by Shadow? It's a good question. I'm trying to, obviously, I'm dealing with a lot of information, most of which I learned while fucking hammered, to be.
He knows the... Oh, you can't do this, Beckett. Beckett finds, whenever I mention that at the time I was making these off-color jokes about Lya's wife, when I mentioned that I was drunk, which doesn't excuse behavior, but it does help explain it. Okay, I don't know this whole meta where we pretend like being drunk means nothing. Okay? Alcohol lowers people's inhibitions and gets them to do things that are against their own best. Like, you obviously have to have an urge to do that thing in the first place. And I have an urge to make jokes about people that I wouldn't outright say because I know that it is inappropriate to make a joke like that or something, where alcohol would ease that inhibition. So the ability to then go and make that joke is more likely to occur. Right? That's what it would be relevant for. Beckett takes issue with any mention that I was drunk, okay? He takes issue with that assertion, which is odd because he's seemingly fine when he uses it for himself.
Claire. But yeah, the understanding was that it would be scrubbed and then put out. I don't think Shadow, as far as I'm aware, Shadow did not say to Vlad, I'm going to put it on fucking Lolcow Farms. So yeah. Should we get Vlad to call in? Let's make his side.
I hate everybody in this chat, dude. You have ZV, Leia something. Why is this dishonest bitch allowed in anybody's chat? She lies about people and then runs when it's time to be confronted under the guise that she is not a streamer, just a chatter. No, she isn't. She actively makes public posts to disseminate narratives at the behest of whoever the fuck she's trying to please. Dude, it's hidden heroin.
Maybe we can do. There's a lot to fucking go over. But yeah. Sorry, someone's also pointed out that the exports were made on the 24th of the 6th, where basically, I said to him about this server, I don't care if Mon Saint drop it. That's it. I was just like, in the same way I was like, I don't care if Slug drops this. It's fine. Put the Falgi stuff out. It makes no difference to me. The only thing I cared about was the, creator page on one of my friends that include their PII and how that was going to impact them. And as long as they were okay, that was my concern. That was it. All right?
So is this not a lie? Is this Midge? Where did Beckett say that he was against posting even the censored version of the server? I believe you on that. I've heard it before. I'm almost certain I've seen it before, but I don't remember exactly where that came from. If that is true, which I'm of the opinion that it probably is, this would just be a lie, wouldn't it?
In the same way, by the way, that when I found out that Himpleton's information was in this server, I pushed Falgi to have a conversation with Himpleton and said that, like, Himpleton deserved that conversation and apology. And how he wanted to deal with it was up to him, because he's the wronged party. But this whole fucking group, and like the shit that happened, man, like, I mean, we've gone over bits of it just from the fallout of the Falgi stuff, but what a fucking mess.
Stop the mess posting also needs to stop. It's an excuse to not insert an opinion. Okay? The whole, like, throw your hands up, this whole thing is a mess. Is like subtle fence sitting. This seems pretty easy to understand, and the implications of it and moral descriptions of it seem pretty easy to make as a result. So I don't know what about this is so messy to you that you need to constantly re-emphasize what a mess this is.
Why is little effort being made to hide how to find these mega drives? Apparently it's shared in Vlad's server, and you shared the link on stream even by accident. Oh yeah, I didn't think about that when I put it up. Don't know. I'm not in Vlad's server, and I'm not Vlad. I don't know what to tell you. Probably, like, I don't know. I don't know whether the attitude is, like, it's breach containment now, fuck it. No idea, couldn't tell you. I'm not him. I will probably go back in the video and maybe just put up a fucking blank thing over it, though. I'll do that at the end. Yeah. So that's where we are with the server being dropped. I guess we'll get to some rationales in a bit. Just let this, if there's any more, like, fucking questions, thoughts, comments. Dan was hoping to do a new live on the new Reckless Ben video. Don't worry, we'll do that over the weekend. Are they testing coronavirus samples in this Discord server? Fuck. Maybe. Do you know, I haven't seen the server, by the way. I haven't, like, the only things I have seen in the server is what I have been shown by Slug on a call probably about 2 months ago. So yeah. I had the idea that Slug was just milking it for content. I didn't know it was an actual investigation. I mean, this is again the problem of how this was handled. I was like, what should have been done is, like, the relevant parts should have been clipped out and released months ago. And then everyone, like, Slug should have said, I've done the investigation, here are the relevant parts. In the same way, like, with, like, the early Rena Cloudy DMs. And that's, like, it.
Rena. Isn't Rena in my server? And the Cloudy DMs were, I don't even, dude. Okay, I'm gonna Beckett post. This is a mess. You know what, actually, Beckett was right on this. This is a fucking mess.
You heard she was scamming people, that's literally why she was kicked out, yeah. Yeah. Send you updates on Reckless Ben. Yeah, I've heard part 3 came out, don't worry. Like, there's no fucking, I cannot think of a fucking reason to do it. It's obviously to cover his tracks. But here's the problem, Ace. Shadow's not even in the Touchgrass server. The Touchgrass server is zero to do with Shadow. It's zero to do with him. It's literally, like, the Touchgrass server impacts Falgi, Diesel, and, like, the other, like, people like Q, KJ, Ash.
KJ! KJ? Somebody say KJ? Who's KJ, by the way, out of curiosity? Who's that guy?
That's it. It has nothing to do with Shadow. It has nothing to do with Vlad.
I heard he's like a moderator in somebody's Discord server or something. This is what I've been hearing. I don't know how true it is.
No reason to do this. Right, but it could implicate who gave it to... No, that doesn't make any sense. It literally doesn't make any sense to do it that way. It makes...
Wait, how would that not make any... Ace Howler is correct.
No, it doesn't... Like, that would be like Shadow taking a shot at Vlad, which also doesn't make sense. If Shadow wants to come back to the community, will we welcome her back? I don't know. This happened yesterday. I'm not sure how I feel about shit. Now, I've got a long history of going, listen, if people work their shit out and sort shit out, then I think you should have a space to do that. Like Slug. Slug was given a space to fucking do that. But I don't know.
Do I get mentioned in this stream? Let's see. Just out of curiosity, my narcissistic self. Whoa. No, okay, no, I don't... Ew, what the fuck? Why am I getting a Alright. Why is that in my recommended? You don't know? I don't know fucking shit. I don't know shit.
Judging you directly for making poor staffing decisions. I mean, like, look, let's be honest with... let's just be honest here. That's every fucking creator's Discord and mod team. How many fucking times has a creator had to go and talk about their fucking... Look at the entire fucking shit that's happening with the DGG Queeman community shit, or the Aiden community shit, or...
The Aiden community shit. The wrongdoings that my server has been accused of involvement in were mine. I have not had an issue. Well, we've had an issue with mods. We've had an issue with one mod in particular a year ago. I've had personal issues with mods sometimes. They've just been, like, demodded. But we haven't had any, like, crazy, like... I mean, like, this is way different, right? This is a bit different. He doesn't know if he'd let Shadow back in the server if he wanted to come back. Yeah. I mean, to be fair to him, he's a little bit consistent on this. He has said before, to be fair, that if people work their shit out, I guess he's fine with that. But... something leads me to incline to believe he's only emphasizing that now because the party that is at the center of this is one that he likes.
Like, yes, yeah, this is the same shit as Spicy Chat back in the day, yes.
No.
I get it, but that's every creator, so, like, I don't know, unless somebody has a particular hard-on for going after every single creator with, like, fucking crazy mods, I don't want to fucking hear it. I just don't really think that's...
Well, this wasn't just, like, a few of your mods are doing, like, this was, like, a part of your circle. Falgi was your guy. These are, like, this is, like, in your, like, it's not like they were doing something unrelated somewhere else. This is, all of this links into, like, your community, right? And the question is, why were people that were involved in some of the wrongdoing in the server, like, still mods in your server? You know what I mean? Other people would have demodded people who were involved in that shit.
That's a serious comment. I just don't really think that's a serious comment. Yeah. But yeah, feel free to think of me however you like. I don't really... It's whatever. Okay. I think you need to do the opposite. Completely cut the Discord loose to be an unofficial Discord where you're not involved at all. Look, I'm happy to consider things, but at the moment, you know, I like, from my perspective, the Discord, I like the art chat. I like seeing people post their art. I like seeing the odd conversation in gen.
He does like the art chat. Beckett is a big fan of artwork people draw of him where he has breasts. But he's not trans or anything, alright? I'm telling you, Beckett is an egg, okay? Beckett is an egg. They call me the egg detector, okay? Some have said I have a pristine ability to figure out who's trans before they even know themselves. And I'm telling you right now, Beckett is an egg. Alright? All I'm saying.
That's like it, right? And then I use it to announce streams. That's my involvement in...
If it makes you happy to, like, see yourself get drawn or depicted with breasts and stuff, all I'm saying is the proof starts to become in the pudding. And do I have anything against it? Absolutely not. I have a lot of I think we have trans mods, don't we? Trans people in my community. I have no issue with the nation of trans. But I'm saying that it'd be a lot easier, Beckett, if you start accepting what you are now instead of prolonging the inevitable.
In the Discord community. And occasionally when I'm playing a game that's multiplayer, I'll jump in and like maybe chatters can come and like join me playing a game. Like we did that with Monster Hunter Worlds. Or Wilds. Yeah, Monster Hunter Wilds. But then, yeah. Yeah.
The nation of trans.
I'm not in my Discord talking about drama. And I'm occasionally I post a picture of myself while I'm on a train. I'm being like, yo chat, I'd be traveling.
So gay. So wildly gay.
At least we know why you don't cover the DGG shit. Got people doing the same in your circle. I don't cover the DGG shit.
It's just a mess. It's just a mess.
Convoluted and fucking bizarre.
Sorry, I'd like to retract what I said. He said convoluted and bizarre this time. So not a mess. That he said something different.
But it's not like I haven't given criticisms to people on both sides of that fucking shit.
What do you mean both sides? One side is sitting here telling you, actively, anybody that doxes anybody else can go fuck off. Okay, we are against the usage of doxing as a tactic, regardless of who is doing it, and take issue with it across the fucking board. The other side is lying about what the other side is guilty of so that they can justifiably reuse a tactic they've explicitly stated that they are okay with continuously against critics. This is not a both sides situation, no matter how you're approaching it.
Right with the 2. This is depressing. Can we look at pet pics? Maybe later. Please enjoy these
You didn't condemn Rita doxing in your... Rita reposted Wix PII in a server I was not in, and when I was told about it, Rita was banned. Not permanently. I never said it was going to be permanent, because despite what Beckett says when it's beneficial for him, unless you, like, do something with kids, or, like, rape somebody, generally speaking, we could probably move past a lot of things if you can admit that it is wrong and you're not re-engaging in that behavior. We can move on. Generally, there are some things we cannot move on from. But in an instance like that, where a tweet got reposted that had somebody's PII in it that had already been leaked, and per the person who the PII belonged to, you can only be doxxed once, which isn't true. Action was taken.
Because thank you very much. Thank you. Okay. Much appreciated. Okay. I mean, generally speaking, when it comes to Discord drama, when it comes to spicy chat, like back in the day, I've broadly given the position that, like, Chud was hands off with spicy chat. He's not, like, responsible in that way for the actions of his community. I think I've been completely fucking consistent on this. And I've broadly speaking said the same. Like, it depends how active you are with your Discord community, and I've always been very hands off. I'll make you pastor if you make Beckett cover my Goat Caddo video. And I'm not against covering a Goat Caddo video, it's just I didn't come... when it came out, I think I was covering something else. I didn't really want to talk about Goat Caddo. I was like, okay.
If he covers the Goat Caddo video, he has to read Hidden Heroine's Nazi fanfiction, okay? Or pedophilic Nazi groomer fanfiction.
But sure, I mean, I'm not against it. It can go on the docket list.
Written by this very strange fat German woman.
Okay. Shake's bag. Do it, Becky. You can be mean. Isn't it like 3 hours long? How did you make a 3-hour-long Goat Caddo video?
Because this person is vindictive and has no life.
What I'm saying, cool. Yeah, I think we've run out of questions and comments in chat. Okay, cool. Does Ace want to phone me? Let's take Ace first.
Yeah, let's listen to Ace Howler.
If Ace is still in chat. There's a lot in there, Becca. Does it go over all the birdie stuff? You forgot about the call-ins. I did. I'm very tired, guys, and I really fucking hate having to cover this as a stream topic. I'd literally rather be doing anything else, but here we are. Okay. Oh, that's gonna blind me. Hi. Okay, Ace, you want to phone me?
Yeah, here in the AidenUnderground community, we're very big Goat Caddo fans.
Let's bring in someone who has nothing to do with this as the first caller. Yeah, that's the plan. I'm not taking call-ins for people to air their personal grievances, by the way. That is absolutely not what we're doing.
So nobody can call... So he's running, essentially, and he's giving you the preconceived justification for running.
So that's your only condition for call-ins. Okay. You say sure, just fucking call me on Discord then. I just sat here waiting for Ace to do the thing he's been waiting to do all stream. Fantastic.
Can still happen. Keep your head up. Listen, it's time to move on. You need to too. There are greener pastures over the horizon.
Should we ready to go? What are we doing? Please, Transnight. Right, okay.
I sent in DMs.
Is this guy a coward about everything? Yes. This is the reoccurring theme of Beckett. He is a coward about everything. And I just have this, like, mental image in my mind of, like, the cowardly British, like, YouTuber or streamer, because it's an archetype that I've seen for so long. over and over and over again, scared to take a position on anything, will apply morality when it benefits them in the most dishonest fashion possible, when they actually don't take any issue with anything that's occurring and just want to like get rid of somebody that's inconvenient for them. There are like a bunch of catchphrases that they all seem to give out. Oh, that's a big one. The "I'm not this person" one is really big amongst them. So they don't, because apparently we can only talk about situations directly pertaining to us now, right? That's a big one they like to do. The other one is I can't be arsed. Okay, I can't be arsed.
I can distance me slow. Yeah, Beckett knows I have logs and plan to publish them. I had no knowledge of this at all. And had to be clear, I would have told him to fucking not publish them. Like, I would have been, what the fuck are you talking about? Yeah. Kicking with the 50 Swedish. Does yelling at you for not using sunscreen count as a personal grievance? Yeah, but it's also fine. It's true. I have been using sunscreen. Anyway, yeah, no, I mean...
Aiden, emergency. What's the emergency? You need to call in. Okay, you can call in. Hello?
Hello? Can you hear me?
Hello?
Wait a sec, sorry. Okay, so we have a situation with Stormy, and I'm not even kidding.
Yeah, I don't want to air this out on stream.
Okay, no problem. Bye.
It seems like just for full transparency, obviously Stormy's not in my server. So I don't want any involvement in this, but there's apparently some mental health issues going on at the moment involving an individual that used to be in my server, and I think that people should leave that person alone, and they should get help. I'm not gonna fucking cover that. I know it's like gay or whatever. Fun police, but
I mean, like, obviously, I would never ever sign off on anyone posting anything to stir drama or like to get anything out on lolcow farms or kiwi farms. I would never ever agree to that, ever.
Okay. Because to my understanding, it seems like he got paranoid off of vague posting, which is why he decided just to jump the gun and leak the thing that happened to have PII in it, right?
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah. So realistically, would you ever? I'm not asking you to like cut this guy off of friends, obviously. That would be, I think, an unreasonable request. But I guess I would ask, why did you do the stream so soon? I guess right after, instead of taking a couple days to, process everything, I suppose.
Probably because I found out about this shit last night, was incredibly pissed off, and was like, yeah, I'll stream about it. And I was like, fuck it, let's just rip the Band-Aid off. And also, I suppose as a big part of it, I feel there's been enough waiting around, and that's what's caused it. And like, I'd heard that people were well aware of this server, and there were being questions asked, and I didn't want it to look like I was hesitant in any way, because I'm not. I just want to be real fucking clear, this is what we're doing.
Well, yeah, it's a big server. It's years of footprint, so yeah, naturally, it's going to take time too.
Wait, okay. So this is apparently Einut and Beckett talking about this KJ guy who was a direct participant in the server that was involved in the digging up of PII. This is apparently what Beckett had to say. Timestamp 421.
During this, but I want to be clear. I'm not like, and I've said this, right? Like, Vlad going after Lyo's wife is also malicious when he did it. It's also, I call it doxing. I'm not trying to downplay it. It's just not like a focus. But yeah, it's obviously malice. The difference that with which we treat researchers, and particularly with like KJ was in Tyler's community at the time. He's in this weird fucking leftist community. The ideal is that if you bring people in to do research, you teach them the rules. And you shouldn't have this stuff in a Discord.
I'm sorry, is he saying that KJ didn't know that doxing was, like, I've said this about Shamu being in the sector, that is, and Westside Tyler is also pro-doxing or whatever, but people know that it's wrong when they do it. There are just some communities that won't give you the backlash for doing that wrong thing, despite you knowing that it is in fact wrong to do, right? There are a lot of people who would dox people that exists in our space that don't, because social conditions make that unideal to do so, not because of any personal reservations with actually engaging in the tactic, right? And that doesn't really change a whole lot for me.
Just essentially unsecured It was massively fucking irresponsible, but it comes down to Falgi in the same way that in that call that Aiden has, people aren't going after Goat or Lumpy Willy for it.
Goat wasn't even there. Lumpy Willy didn't do anything besides make a joke that everybody who was in the call knew was a joke, because this was a private log section of my server involving an in-group with its own sense of humor. Everybody knew everybody else, and participants know that when Lumpy Willy says something like, I'm gonna blow up your house or whatever, they know he's not being serious. So in that call, to do his constantly reoccurring bit of saying the optically worst thing possible, he's like, yeah, I'm looking at her LinkedIn right now or something. I don't think she has a LinkedIn, but he says that. She might actually. I think Beckett said something about that if I remember correctly. I don't remember, but the point being, right, this is a known edgelord that says the edgiest thing possible, even if it's not real. Lumpy didn't actually do anything. Nobody's accused him of seriously doing anything.
The responsibility is Falgi's. Now, the other element with KJ is he doesn't do research work like that anymore. He's not like he's out, and it was years ago at this point, and he's not doing it.
Well, to be fair,
right?
Like, during the Scarlet stuff, I guess Scarlet's about 2 years ago now. Holy fuck! But like, I know that's like one of the recent events, right? And I know there was the other researchers like Nani and everyone at the time back during
KJ isn't going out on his own volition.
Yeah, but I think it's a personal morals thing.
Like, I think you can have that.
Let Beckett finish, Einut.
He's a grown man. Like,
do not interrupt your opponent while he's making a mistake. That was a fucking whack thing to say. Let him elaborate on that thought.
He can choose what he does.
Sure.
So
yeah,
like,
sure. Like again, like if people want to be like what KJ did was unacceptable and fuck KJ,
I'm not saying that at all.
But I think I think the baseline is, it's the intent and the malice. Like when Falgi comes in and goes and asks for that information, KJ's responsibility was to tell him no and fuck off.
But then when he says yes, he is a responsible party for this act, and the fact that somebody else asked it of him is not a minimizing factor when he's a grown-ass man.
But, like, Falgi is the one who is going and trying to dig up information on people. Falgi is like...
That's great, but you're doing the whole, like, when Destiny, like, focuses on solo, but solo. There, multiple bad actors can exist in the same circumstance. When we're asserting individual level of agency, the fact that he was asked to do this doesn't change that reality, that he had the ability to say no, he had the autonomy, he had the agency, and he voluntarily chose to make himself a participant. So I don't know in what world Falgi asking him to do it would be a minimizing factor for you.
The creator, it's his face. He's the one who gets burned for all this. And yeah, that's pretty much where I stand. It's also like, yes, people change and reform and get better over time, hopefully.
Yeah,
right,
I mean, like even like with Slug, right? Like yeah. Like Slug's a good example of that kind of like my only gripe with Slug was just how annoying he was when it came to releasing the Fauci stuff, right? But like it's very performative, you know. That was my only gripe with him. Like it had nothing to do with his past fucking dramas. So
yeah,
answer things considering there's also other.
I mean, this has been going for months and months and months now, right?
Right, but yeah, I think sure, I'll agree that I think Slug was reckless in a couple of areas for sure. We got on his case for it. I think a thing that we got on him really hard for was for the internet adjacent stuff, because he gave internet adjacent a bunch of receipts, said that he was like proofread his script, but completely fumbled the ball, and it was filled with inaccuracies. It was a horrible video, and it kind of looked pretty bad on Slug's part. But yeah, no, I think the problem with it, to my understanding, is Slug was doing all this research, and when it was passed off, it kind of seemed like we had to kind of start from ground zero to get to get back into it. So yeah, no, it's been taking a while, but those 2 months kind of seem to reset, if you understand.
Yeah, I do. But like, okay, so I completely understand. But from my perspective, I think I've said this to you, like the inevitable conclusion of dangling a server.
I didn't even know that people's kids were like getting posted in that server. Like if you were in the server and you were aware of that and just like continued to exist in that space, like assuming you were aware of it, which I'm sure not everybody was, but if you were aware of it and like that's like pretty fucking bad. right?
Like this, and Slug's aware of this because Slug did it partially intentionally, is to make people more paranoid.
Like any emotional reaction you have to hearing that somebody went after somebody else's wife, that emotional reaction should be tenfold if you're hearing about somebody going after somebody's kids.
And when you're doing that, you are obviously going to end up with situations like this. Like you are running that risk. So I've been pretty clear of my feelings towards the way people have handled the Touch Grass server. I don't think anyone has handled it particularly well. And here we are, right? I'm not. Again, this is not.
All sides are bad. Oh, this is a shit show. This is a mess. All sides are bad.
Not a stream of I'm taking shots at anyone else. But I am pissed off because
he's pissed. He's pissed. This guy's always pissed. You should go to fucking anger management classes, bro.
Situation that's landed everybody in. I think it's been handled very, very poorly on everyone's side.
Well, I feel like it's gonna get a lot worse from here, but
well, again,
okay, never mind. I'm issuing an official retraction. This was not going after people's kids. This was people deciding to post their own kids in the creepy malicious Discord server, which was then leaked by Beckett's Janny. The photos of the kids, right?
Well, it might well do, but that's not my problem now.
Sure.
People made it my problem for months when I got dragged into this, landed me here. So, yeah, I'm
made it your problem. You have voluntarily signed up to be, and despite the fact you guys constantly like to shun the idea of imposing morality in the context of coverage, you impose your morality regularly. You're a guy that's dedicated yourself to covering the fuck-ups and bad behavior of others. So why would the expectation change in regards to bad behavior that's in proximity to you? If anything, you covering that should be a given based on your like pattern and tendency of what you decide to cover. I would get this like tiredness or annoyance if you were like a car YouTuber or a painting YouTuber, but this is literally your thing. This is what you cover, and it should be no different now just because it's in your proximity. You don't get to bitch about I'm being bothered by this drama when you're the guy that is like the drama streamer.
Yeah, pulling the pen out of it. Fuck it.
It's just so weird you'd post kids in a Discord server. Don't post your kids anywhere. Anywhere, people. Get with the program. If you have kids, nobody needs to see them online. Nobody who has anything good. Nobody who wants to do anything good needs to see them anywhere online. It's just, it's so much risk for absolutely no reason.
Yeah, I mean, like, I don't want to, like, because obviously I'm not going to lead into, like, any guilt by association because that gets into a gay route. To my understanding, you're not too active in your server. I mean, so I guess my question would be, what would be the difference for you from what
Ace Howler secretly, in my opinion, believes in all of our anti-Beckett talking points, but Ace Howler is also like a notorious, like, no offense to this Ace guy or anything, but he doesn't strike me as the confrontational type. At all.
Shadow and Haas did versus like what KJ did.
I mean, what, in the sense of what KJ was doing to Touch Grass? Well, with Shadow and Hot, they're not doing, okay, it's not research for a piece, it's not requested, it's just, we're mad at this person. Well, in the case of Haas. And, like, it's purely, like, pissed off, and I'm trying to think of the best way to put this. Like, fuck this person, I've got this on them. So if they continue to fuck around, they'll find out kind of shit. That's a very different ethos. And from the perspective of Shadow, this isn't, like, research to get a story out. This is fucking a insane reaction to ongoing personal drama.
Sure.
So okay, it sounds like malice in the context of the dissemination of PII.
Difference would be intention of attacks versus research, I guess, would be your position.
Yeah, I mean, my understanding, again, I haven't seen the Touch Grass server, so I'm going off what other people have told me, I guess. The vast majority of research threads in there don't contain any PII. They're just research threads. Right? They're just, this information is out there. And in the case of one of the people, like, people's PII, it wasn't secretly dug. Okay, oh, fuck, I might as well talk about this now. So in one, okay.
Come on.
In the other cases of PII on creators, in one case, all we are talking about is something that basically every other creator was aware of, and it, like, most people who know that person and the drama were very much aware of it anyway. It wasn't some secret information that dug up.
That doesn't change anything, Beckett. That doesn't change anything, Beckett. In my case, the PII in question was posted multiple times by the party and her husband on his YouTube-facing account. That doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it's well known. It doesn't matter if it's been used in YouTube videos with 20,000 views. That's not a relevant consideration. So why is that a relevant consideration here?
Account that had been widely circulated and everyone was aware of, okay? Still shouldn't have been posted, and I'd still consider it PII.
Wide circulation. I love how these are all now, like, relevant factors for Beckett.
Sure. But it wasn't, like, it was, everyone was aware. And
I thought none of those mattered.
Talking about this Twitter thread existing anyway, and that was posted in there. And in the other case, it's to do with a creator who has actually been very, very public with their life anyway, and the information.
So when did that come into play? When Lio Convoy gives out his own fucking address in multiple places. Even if you're going into this, Beckett, without the knowledge that Lio puts his own wife's full legal name on his Facebook that he uses for his YouTube activities or whatever, if you even ignore that facet, if the creator being very public about their life is a relevant consideration, why was this not a consideration for you when the guy in question was giving out his own fucking address?
Involved in that thread, it actually more comes down to a question of, well, how deep are you digging? Because this is all stuff you could find just from having watched them for years. It's not like, this isn't like secretly squirreled away. One of it's like it's pretty, like they've been very open with their life. But
very open with their life. Like, who else that we know, Beckett?
Because of the nature of putting in a research thread. Like, the actual, like, probably the most egregious one seems to be Himpleton, if I'm honest.
Yeah, that one was pretty bleak. I mean, there are definitely a lot more cases. I think Slug has talked about them on his Twitter than just the 3 that you probably knew from last time. I don't know when's the last time you've checked in on it, though.
I mean, ages again, I left this up to other people. So I only know about the ones that, like, those. Right. Those are the only things I'm aware of.
Mm-hmm. So, okay. I mean, I could try to, like, look through it and then, like, send you some of the stuff, and then you
I don't know. I don't. Listen, if other people want to deal with this, they'll deal with it. But, like, I stayed out of this touch grass server shit and left it to other people.
Well, you're not staying out of it now. You're here. Welcome to the fucking party. You can't keep doing this. Is a mess. This is such a mess. My life is so hard. My life where I voluntarily decided to assume, despite having my, like, totally real job and this not being my main thing or whatever, like, I voluntarily assume the role of being a drama YouTuber, but please, for the love of God, do not burden me with drama.
Because my view was, hey, listen, I'm friends with this person, and that's like, I'm friends with.
Yo, what is up, Joey?
This person, I care about them. They're aware of it. I've talked to them about it, and then past that point, I was like, well, that stuff should be kept out because it's PII, and I know that person doesn't want to be mentioned in relation to this shit. But that's about it. That was my care and concern. As for, because I can see DZ saying, weren't the face docs and pictures of people's children there. These are all things posted by the people themselves.
That doesn't matter, Beckett. Guess what, Beckett? That doesn't matter. Per your own established standard. That, you know what that changes? Nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Like it's not the reason.
Also, in this case, this is actually less justifiable than because Lio and his wife had their accounts public and they posted this publicly. This would be presumptively a private locked Discord server. So it actually doesn't matter here that the parties in question sent the photos themselves, because just because you consent to these photos being seen by some people does not mean you consent to their dissemination to the wider public. So that changes nothing. This would be like calling a dox no longer a dox because some people know the person's dox because they've given it to some people. Thank you for the 5, Joey. Much appreciated.
Search server went and dug up pictures of people's kids.
AidenUnderground, do you think family channels on YouTube should be illegal? Generally, I'd have to add a ton of qualifiers to it. But yes, there should be some laws affecting that. I don't think that a child should be, because the other problem you have with these family channels is many times the parents depend their livelihood around the channel, so the kid has the pressure of continuing to do this and perform lest it affect the family's financial circumstances. That is not a position that a child should have to be in. A parent's income should not be dependent on the acts of their child, and their child should be allowed to go be a normal kid off camera if they want without worrying about mommy and daddy becoming homeless. So even in cases where overt abuse and humiliation is not occurring, there's still a dynamic created that does not allow a kid to be a kid. And in the world of acting, you have things like Coogan's Law, which prevent, because in Hollywood, there's the kid called child actor by the name of Jackie Coogan. He made a bunch of money as a child actor, and when he became an adult, he was like, I'm pretty sure penniless because his dad had spent all the money. So laws were created to protect child actors and their income from their parents. I don't think those laws apply in the case of YouTube family channels. So regulations akin to that absolutely need to exist.
It was, hey, these are my kids. You know.
So like, just to be clear, if there was other cases found of KJ looking through stuff to obtain PII for research, he just wouldn't care, want to be updated about it, right?
I don't want a drip feed of stuff towards me. If like stuff comes out, it comes out, and then we deal with it then. I've maintained this all the way through. It's like if people want to dig through the server and find out what happened in it, like whether it's Diesel, Falgi, KJ, or whoever, then go and do that. But I've left people to it, so I'm not biasing anything or like trying to like involve. It's other people's like, I guess, research and work and project.
I knew 8 passengers was a problem before like any of the shit came out about them, because she sent her son off to a wilderness program. I had friends that went to those. Those places are horrible, dude. Like, they use unproven forms of treatment and therapy to help troubled kids or whatever. And essentially what it entails is you'll be sent into the wilderness. I'm not kidding. Where you'll be under the supervision of therapists and adults who many times are just looking for profit, because it's a for-profit industry, where you were made to go on these like excursions and you live like one of my friends, like when they wanted to take a shit, you'd have to like dig a hole and shit in it. But it was essentially like outdoor living taken to the extreme. In some places, kids are not even allowed to talk to each other, and kids like just straight up die in these programs. They're all built in the state of Utah, all of them. And that's not a coincidence. This is where 8 passengers comes from. It's because the state of Utah has laws that allow these for-profit industries to get away with this continuously. Paris Hilton has a whole thing about it. But she sent her kid off to this wilderness program, and he wasn't even doing anything that bad. And then when he gets home, she like vlogs the whole process, which this is an immensely personal thing, by the way. She vlogs the whole process, and he gets like a visiting day where he has the opportunity to finally see his family, because in a lot of you're not allowed to talk to your family in a lot of these programs. She films it for her channel, which is like crazy to me. That's a super personal, intimate moment. You haven't seen your son. He's finally seeing his family again, and you're filming it. But then when he gets back home, as like a half joke, half serious, she takes his bed. She's like, well, I figure you're used to sleeping on the floor now anyways, because you don't get a bed when you go to wilderness. And like, to me, that was just like really fucked.
And I'm not trying to stop anyone doing that. You know, I feel like if you start drip feeding things to me and I become more involved, and I felt this all the way through, then it's like, well, what's Beckett's opinion? It doesn't matter. What matters is the opinion of the people impacted.
I got sent away when I was a kid. I didn't go to wilderness. I avoided it by the barely. I'm so fucking lucky that I didn't have to go to one of those, because when you hear the stories, like, just talk to anyone that's gone. It just sounds fucking horrible. Kids get like raped in these places. They die. They fucking it's like unproven. Like, is there any of those things still open? Yes. In the state of Utah, the like NatSap and the wilderness program, all of these places are open, and still it's like insane when you go into the rabbit hole. It's like actually crazy.
Templeton, it's true of the other people. That's in my opinion what's relevant.
What? Wait, you also got sent into this? Yes, when I was a kid. Yeah. 2 years.
Well, people would still ask you, because like KJ would be, you can correct me if I'm wrong, it's been a while since I've checked this, but he is still like a mod in your space, right?
Yeah, he still runs my clip channel. But again, like, KJ is not doing any of this like research stuff anymore, really. Like, I would pin a lot of that, as I've said before, on Falgi and the way they ran that research server. And I've never said it's anything other than incredibly irresponsible and negligent. Right?
Okay.
Sure. Yeah. And if people are digging into it, I'm not stopping them.
Okay. So, just to be very clear, you just kind of like, this stream was meant to just pop the bubble, put all your thoughts out there, and hopefully be a way to step back, correct?
I don't think the kids ever get better either. It always gets, yes. Yeah, that's another unfortunate, like, most of the people I've known in my lifetime who are my age that have died, they're friends of mine from when I was away. They like, nowadays, they're literally just like dropping like flies. It's crazy. Like, a lot of the kids I knew, like, ended up when they got out, like, they got hooked on, like, shit like heroin. That was a big one. A lot of people just became heroin addicts.
Correct?
Pretty much, yeah.
Okay.
that fair enough? I mean, is there anything like, yeah, else with that?
Yeah, Dr. Phil sent Daniel Bergoli to Turnabout Ranch, which is also a very notorious one with abuse reports. And one kid got so fed up of it there, he ended up killing a staff member with a hammer. That really happened. You can look that up.
I think that's reasonable. I made people aware who were like impacted by this that's what I was going to do. These are not servers that I'm in.
Except you? No, watching how like the drugs like fucked like some of my friends. Like for me, like I have no compulsion to go try opiates or anything because I just like I watched legitimately like good smart people that had a lot of fucking like problems have to turn to that to deal with their problems, and unfortunately some of which died. And I think that for me that was like a raw lesson or whatever that you learn in life that I think sort of motivated me to not end up like that.
KJ says, if Ace wants to DM, I'll answer any questions he may have. I fucked up, and I don't dig that deep anymore. Yeah, I mean, go talk to KJ about it. I didn't, like, and when the Pimpleton stuff came to light...
Yeah, half the kids I met in there, it was literally, like, they had depression and shit, or were using drugs to escape something that happened to them a lot of times, right? And the parents just didn't want to have to do their job as parents and had money, so they just give the kids away and have somebody else deal with it. And all of these programs, they're all intertwined with each other, owned by similar people who are all part of this one organization, and they all have a million pages documenting the history of abuse. There was actually like a website that used to document it that had to take some of it down or whatever. There was a whole legal dispute happening over that.
Hey, do you want to talk to Himpleton? And Future? I think like it's fun to talk about this.
Right.
I mean, do you think it's fair that I've like I found out about this last night and Shadow is like removed as admin? I've not like tried to. I mean, is that fair enough? Was there anything like else particularly think I should have done? I'm here. Like, you can ask. You know.
Yeah. No. I think. Yeah. No. I feel like if I was in your position, I probably would have done the same.
Yeah. So Elon was also fell under this big umbrella. Elon was different because it was in New England. But they all are related to that, right? They all use similar tactics of. Like, they'll do, like, the big one that all of them do. I haven't heard of one that doesn't do this, is, like, the attack therapy. That's a really fucking big one. How they'll do it is they'll, like, get you all into, like, a really big group, and they will pick one person to be the subject of the group, they'll basically, it's an attempt to break your ego. So they will like leverage personal information against you to humiliate you in front of the group. They'll encourage your friends to denounce you, and they'll often do it out of fear because they don't want to be the subject of the group. And this happened at Elon, and it happened at all these other programs since. It was pioneered by this dude called Mel Wasserman at the beginning. It's a whole fucking... I could talk about this forever.
Same thing. Okay. So yeah, no, fair enough.
Cool.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
That's funny.
I'm trying to think if there's anything else.
No, take time.
Yeah, I think that was like the main thing of it. But yeah, if there's anything else, I obviously have you added, so I could probably just hit you up after stream.
Yeah.
If there's anything else.
Sure. Okay, cool.
Have a good night and enjoy your chat plug.
Is this getting any better?
For it, same thing I told you in DMs.
Yeah, sure. Okay, look, I guess my shit with this is when I've seen servers dropped before. We generally redact things out of, like, we're not talking about DMs here, we're talking about a Discord server. Yeah. We talk about these things and redactions within them more as a politeness. Because, like, if they were creators, if this was just purely...
It's not politeness to redact PII. If you're spreading that PII against the wishes of the subject themselves, you'd be engaged in behavior that many would appropriately, colloquially describe as doxing.
Creators in a server, and they had posted pictures...
He's changing this.
Of their kids and families. No, everyone would be like, well, you've put that in your Discord server. The problem with this server was there was a load of fucking normies, which was my argument for why the server should never be fucking dropped at all. What I will say is if people want to call it doxing, just quickly, if people want to call it doxing, I'm not going to get up in arms about it. I'm not going to be like, well, I'm fuck. I get the fucking anger. I feel it.
I don't really, like, it's a fucking touchy subject for me, I gotta be honest with you. And not many are, to be, like, I'm okay being personal or whatever, but, like, it's one of those things where it's just so fucked up and you know you can't change it. So, like, even talking about it, you're just like, you feel badly because you know that there are, like, kids out there right now that are literally, like, just straight up being fucking tortured. You can't do shit about it.
also enraged. But I'm also trying to be. I'm trying to balance my fucking anger here. So yeah.
So, like, I really got to push back against that, not because of like, oh, fuck Shadow. It's like, the op block and everything with that was a bunch of nobody chatters turned creators, so there was no OPSEC. But
I'll talk about this more one day. I have a lot of thoughts. I know shit that you probably just wouldn't believe. Like it is straight up cult stuff. Like how it is literally just straight up cult stuff.
I mean, would you accuse Falgi of doxing if this is the case? Because like Falgi's the one who gave you the okay, cool. As long as we're being consistent, right? Well, if that's the case, if Falgi if that's the standard we want to use, and we just go to the fact that Falgi handed this off probably maliciously to.
You missed it, but Beckett did just say, "I'd rather the logs never been posted."
Like
misspeak.
Set everything on fire on his way out, and
let's be real. Let's be real. He wanted all these logs out to burn fucking everyone.
Well, yeah,
like,
I mean,
he wanted to burn you. We wanted to burn his friends and everything. Like
look, if that's how we want to treat this server, sure. Yeah, I'm not going to fight you on it. That's
no,
fine.
I this
is why.
You.
Yeah, but I suppose my annoyance, or I sound annoyed, is because this is what I saw fucking happening. This is why I thought like the relevant parts of this server, as I've said to you, should have been clipped the fuck. Should have been clipped months ago, and then the rest of the server should have been buried. I said this to you directly, Slug.
Oh yeah, like I'm gonna kind of push back on that just a little bit. It's all relevant because they didn't do it in just one channel, and the leaks are not all of the server. It's not the Tyler thread with 17,000 messages full of a shit ton of doxing and the shit like that, or multiple other threads.
Yeah, so one of them was an actual cult, and it actually, funny enough, is the spiritual founder of everything that came after it. It was this place called Synanon. They used to operate out of in Santa Monica, the Casa del Mar Hotel. But Synanon was run by, I forget the fucking dude's name, but Synanon had really pioneered attack therapy. They had what was called the Synanon game, where they would essentially do what I've just described to you. And they were really like and the crazy thing is, a lot of Synanon's tactics have been borrowed by programs that came after it. But Synanon ended up becoming a straight-up cult. Members would shave their heads, and they were actually used as, like, extras in Star Wars, I think, at one point. But it ended with, like, there was, like, a journalist or a whistleblower that wanted to speak out about it. So they took a rattlesnake, they cut the rattle off of the rattlesnake, and put it into the journalist's mailbox, so they wouldn't be able to hear it when it went to go bite them or whatever. That was, like, a whole... That shit's a rabbit hole in and of itself.
It's not like the OpBlock server where they're just shit talking. They're sending PII out for a little bit. Then they have the Touch Grass server. Like, it's very, very, I don't know what else is the word. It's risky because I will forever call Shadow someone who doxes children. Because it's not the fact that they posted pictures.
Knowingly, maliciously published PII involving other people's kids.
That the members of those servers posted pictures of their own kids into a server that
wouldn't matter. It doesn't matter. They did it themselves. Only matters if they have put it into the forum themselves. They didn't. They put this in a locked Discord server amongst a crowd they presumptively trusted. That is not consent for it to be disseminated to the wider public. Okay? Everybody even people who haven't been doxxed yet, have like YouTuber friends that know their name or something. They've given that name out themselves to these YouTuber friends. Does that mean that it would be any less doxing if their full name gets published and disseminated? No. This distinction is only being made now because it pertains to somebody that Beckett likes.
We're among friends in. It's that Shadow releasing these logs on Lolcow Farm immediately makes it into a dox because we can both agree it was maliciously posted, right?
I don't know if malicious is the right.
How are you yourself earlier said they were doing it because they were mad to fuck with people. How is that not malicious per your own description?
Word for it. I don't see how this.
Why would malicious not be the word for it?
Paranoid, maybe?
Paranoid, because like the problem is like with maliciously posted, like towards who? Because like for the people like Shadow was pressed by, I guess, how does this impact them? This doesn't impact Saint. It doesn't impact you. This like I don't know how this can be malicious.
It kind of
towards.
Does.
Well, okay, yeah, sure. Explain your perspective because I could be missing something.
So it affects me mainly because these are my friends. Like some of these people I'm friends with. I'm friends with B, I'm friends with Saint, Mon, but it's also like it's still kind of a standard. Like, hey, don't dox KJ's kid. Don't dox Rena's kid.
Well, yeah, but that affects all of us. Like the question is like when we talk about malice, like is Shadow being malicious towards Diesel or KJ or
what was his intention with posting it? Okay, it's as simple as it doesn't matter who this was directed at specifically. It could have just been lashing out. But what was his intention? Was it part of his intention to get even with somebody? And if it was, that would be malicious, even if that party was not the party whose kids were exposed in the course of posting that.
Like, I don't think so. I don't think that's the right way to put it. Like, I think this is like a fucking.
Like, I'm willing to bend on that, but it's like there is really, like, outright, it is doxing kids. I'm never gonna budge.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like. In what world is knowingly posting somebody, and don't get me wrong, this is private, right? If it's posted in a server that me or you could not get into if we wanted, it is private. In what world is republishing private photos of somebody's kid for malicious reasons not doxing?
On that, now the malice part, that's up for debate and that's fine. But it's an incredibly fucking gross thing because first off, he fucking impersonated you. I'm exaggerating that statement, but it's like he convinced Vlad to give him logs, correct? Because I've been walking backwards, working backwards.
Yeah.
Like, so at this point, it seems malicious because, like, it's still really fucked. It fucks over everyone because it took forever to get any of this censored, not because of like, oh, this is that.
But it should be clear.
It's just that.
I don't think anyone would debate that this is.
Beckett's own chat isn't even on his side on this one. She doxed her own children. That is not. Did she post photos of her kids publicly? And it doesn't matter if I think her decision was stupid to send it to a server. That could be a stupid decision. That is not consent to disseminate those photos publicly. If she didn't do that, then this is still doxing.
Careless, reckless, damaging, negligent.
Oh, yeah.
All those things.
Yeah.
I think the only thing I'm pointing out is like malice from Shadow's part of like dropping. I just don't. I think that's the case. I can see someone in chat being like, well, someone neutral should have listened. I mean, I agree. I mean, part of the reason that I'd argue, because, you know, for the earlier questions, like from Ace or Hidden, it's like, you wish you had, like, I'm obviously not neutral in this. I'm fairly close to Diesel, and Diesel is in these server logs.
Yeah.
I mean, this is another reason why I'm like, other people should look at it. Like, to harm me. And
so you're unable to remain partial as it pertains to covering negative situations involving your friends.
Want to bring things up and release something down.
Seems like a guy you should really trust with giving you coverage and criticism.
Right? Like, let him. But in every instance where I've been told.
By the way, guys, if you're enjoying the stream, great way to help us out is to tip. You could even help us make minimum wage. Another great way to support the stream is to like and subscribe.
Any information about this, I have basically just said it is up to the affected parties, and I'll support the affected parties in whatever they want.
Yeah, but outside of that, because regardless of me pointing out that Shadow doxes kids, I did not expect him to just fully admit it. I'm not gonna lie, I didn't expect him to.
Well, I mean, when he told me,
working backwards.
Sure.
So, just kind of outside of it, or should I just rewatch the beginning of the stream because you more than likely explained what the fuck happened with you and Shadow? Because
yeah, I mean, very simply, when you handed it over to Monstrous Insane, I spoke to Mon. Mon was like, "I'm going to go through it, and then we're going to drop it." And I was like, "That's fine. These are the things that I think that need to be removed before it's dropped." For the particular affected creators who are well aware of their own shit, which is the same stuff I've said to you. They know it as well. And when I say the infected creators, I'm talking about very specifically one person who I'm friends with.
Oh shit!
And that's it. That was exactly the same thing that I said to you. Now, after that, Shadow was like, there'd been some, I can't even remember the context of why Shadow had been brought up during that conversation.
Wait, no,
but something was going on with Shadow involved in this whole fucking mess. Shadow came to me and said, I came to Shadow and was like, gave me an update. And I said, yeah, well, Mon and Satan are going to clean the logs and they're going to drop it, and I don't care if they do. It doesn't make any difference to me because it's fine. Because I've now spoken to the creator affected. They're fine. So I have no more concerns. And I'm back to like square one where I was with you of like, if you want to drop this touch cross server, go for it. I'm not going to get in your way.
Right.
Yeah. Which is why I said to you consistently.
Like, yeah, and I agree. Like, this was dropped in the most fucking batshit way possible. Because, what the fuck? There was, like, I did go through the HTML, and did you know that Shadow went into some of the logs and removed some of the footers in the HTML, allegedly, of course, but because I still have my copies of the logs and I use the same tools. There are timestamps that were removed from the logs of Touchgrass and the OpBlock server that were uploaded to that mega drive. So I don't know.
I haven't looked at any of the fucking logs. I didn't really have a long conversation with them about like the way this redaction was done. It didn't. If I'm honest, it didn't really matter to me from my perspective. I was like,
oh no, the
it wasn't
logs
done
were fully.
like
They were
possible, so
fully uncensored. They were fully uncensored.
That's interesting.
But
We also
Yeah, so
we have a
I'm
write-up
kind of ask this again.
from Ali Khan, who says the following. Let's take a look. We have a write-up from Ali Khan, who's very passionate on the Beckett subject. Wait, is it gone? Dude, when I click to go to the original, it's just not showing up. Aiden's inbox. Okay. Icy chat, Saturday. Oh wait, it got deleted by automod. Doesn't contend whatever retarded chatter said their Destiny plus Ethan snarkers, not shitters anymore after what they did to the Kleins and Adam McIntyre. Vaguely gestures to what Dan and Destiny showed during panels about the snark left Discord, I'm assuming, which he omits the arguments for being totally nonsensical.
AIDS gang represent, okay?
Cries about
Your baby mama and 3-year-old kid miss you. Here's $5 for you to get your kid a little something.
Thank you so much for the $5. Cries about my clipping accounts backfiring because he saw one too many food shops clips on his timeline, despite them receiving motion, gaining followers, and contributing to back and forths between creators through said clips. Somehow, someway manages to argue that it's actually on the snarkers that the only people left defending Destiny are food shops and Wick. We're back to square one, as if that circumstance isn't entirely on Destiny. So radioactive, indefensible, that omit clout goblins are left holding any water for... Okay. I get what we're trying to type there. Yes, these are all valid arguments. Beckett will do this thing where he pretends like the shit show is not the responsibility of the party, who is very obviously responsible for this being a shit show.
And I do gotta ask, if it was, and I'm gonna go back to the malicious point. If it wasn't malicious, then why did he try and make it seem like it was someone else against Beckett? Like that kind of.
I mean, again, I've got no fucking idea. I mean, like, I guess the question is like malice against who? This is what I'm coming up against. I'm just like, I guess, I'm trying to find the right way to phrase this. I don't like. I think there's plenty of other things here that are driving factors rather than like Shadow's malicious. I don't think saying Shadow's not malicious changes.
So why did he do it? What was the motivation? If it was not malicious, what was his motivation?
Shit. I just don't know if I'd use that word or it's accurate. But I'll be honest with you, that's just because I'm just trying to be calm about it. If other people want to be like, look, Shadow's malicious or anything, I'm not going to be pressed about it.
What? Why? Just take a position. What? I'm not getting involved. This is a mess. I'm not getting involved. This is a mess. Why don't you do this for any other situation? You cover drama online. You know every bit of autistic lore about situations from 2011 involving Humegalols that nobody gives a shit about anymore. So what is this, like, total unwillingness to get involved here and take a stand when it is along the lines of things you cover and directly pertinent to people in your general circle?
Okay.
Oh yeah.
It is literally a case where you're asking me, do I think this is malice as like a driving factor? I just don't really understand how it can be. If Shadow dropped, I don't know, a load of logs that involved Saint or something, then I could probably see an argument for it being malicious. But this is all people Shadow was not fighting with or pressed by. So I'm just.
I was never fighting with Lyle Convoy's wife. I was never fighting. You yourself acknowledged that you could go after related parties in an effort to target the person themselves.
Trying to understand why malice would be the word.
So, like,
Got it. So the super nuanced view of malice only comes into play when it's his own guys.
Gonna have to push back on that, but it's genuinely naming him. He made a whole email, a literal whole email on there of anonphalgy@gmail.com, and he's literally putting on lolcow farm saying Lyle Convoy and Beckett of Crabs worked so hard to sweep these degenerates under the rug.
Yeah, but that's to make it look like it came from somebody but that's to make it look like it's like distance from us.
Though.
Why is that malicious?
It's a malicious because he's trying to paint it as someone else. Like if it was someone, like let's say someone else went out of their way to pretend to be, I don't know, someone pretended to go at Ace, but it's someone in Ace's community and did this on Lolcow Farm. That would be malicious.
Why would that Slug? Why is that malicious? Okay. Yeah, like, okay, hold on. Like Olivia's just.
So the malice here would be because it seems like this guy did it in an effort to get one over on the people that were coming at Beckett or like this crowd or whatever by preempt. Like this was an effort to get one over on them. That's where the malice would come from, right?
So like it's deceitful. I'm like it is deceitful.
Yeah, but that deceit is being employed like in the course of malice.
Like it's many other words. I'm trying to understand why you're using the word malicious.
Because it seems like the purposes for doing this were malicious.
I don't know what about this is malice.
It's
like there's loads of other words.
According to Merriam-Webster, having malice means having the deliberate intention to cause harm, injury, or distress to someone else. It involves active ill will, spite, or a reckless disregard for the well-being or rights of others. Well, this person was doing this to get one over on a set group of people, right? Employing deceit in the course of doing this, and had no regard for the people whose PII was contained in the logs that he was posting to get one over.
It's like we've got some from chat like deceitful, snaky. And there's loads of other shit.
Deceit is not inherently malicious. Deceit is not inherently in and of. I mean, I know the go-to is that's like basically, but no, because you could be you could lie to save your own ass. Like, someone ate all the cookies in the cookie jar, and I say to you, I don't know who ate all the cookies in the cookie jar, and I obviously just ate all those cookies or whatever. That wouldn't be. I don't think that would be malice, right? Because there's no effort to cause harm to somebody else, or anything I'm doing that would cause harm to somebody else, but I am lying in the course of trying to save my own ass.
I'm not even trying to defend anyone here. I'm just really confused as to why the word you're picking is malice.
No,
I don't think it makes any difference. I'm just really confused. I just think I don't understand why that is a word that you are using. It doesn't make any sense to me.
So, and don't worry, I'm not viewing you as sweeping or anything of that sort with this. It's that he's trying to cause issues by pretending to be someone else.
This is obviously malicious. How is he not owning that?
Oh, I'm going to cause issues.
He thinks if he owns the malice part, then he has to own the doxing part, which is true. But he doesn't understand that through his own established definition, he already has to own the doxing part. Because even with like the intent aspect of doxing, we don't even really ever use that all that much, do we? Right? It's more dependent on, do you know that this is PII of somebody who does not want said PII posted in the course of you doing it? Not, are you doing this to also try to hurt them, or also to, malice is a qualifier per the definition of doxing, but even people like Beckett in the community in general doesn't even always like say that qualifier absolutely has to exist for something to be doxing.
Issues.
Okay, sorry, just one second.
Like,
maybe like Hidden's doing a bit of like autism whispering. The issue is that Shadow purposely hid their identity to release the log they thought taken too long to be released, and maliciously deceive people about their identity to cause a ruckus.
Yes.
I mean, okay, sure. If that's how you want to put it, I mean, I think that the main driver of that is the deceit.
Is that not what happened? What do you mean how you want to put it? Is that not exactly what happened?
Snakiness. I'm just like, sure, if you want to put it that way, I don't mind. I just think that that's not the main thing here. At least for me. You can disagree with me, but I think that like it being deceitful or snaky or whatever is far more like the like actual thing, I guess. I'm just confused as to why malice would be the like...
Why are you so against the application of that term? Do you actually think Beckett really cares about being hyper-specific with wording for the sake of accuracy? Obviously not. He's the guy that called me reposting information in a locked Discord channel that people themselves that it belonged to consensually and voluntarily shared with the internet per his own fucking words. That would be doxing, despite that not fitting the definition, because Beckett doesn't need something to meet the exact definition, or he's not like a definition bro, right? He's okay with like the broad application of words if something is kind of like something else. So I don't know where this is coming from. Oh, wait, I do. It's to fucking sweep.
Like, I'm saying malice because it's the combination of deceitful and snakiness.
Okay.
Kind of that whole thing.
Okay. Yeah, listen, again, I'm not precious about this. I'm more just confused. Yeah.
I completely view... I
always confused. Perma-confused, actually.
I understand.
Doesn't know what's going on, by the way? Doesn't know what's going on? Can't be asked? This whole situation's a mess?
But it's this thing of it's causing more.
I don't know what's going on and I'm confused, but when presented with, like, for example, evidence that would allow him to figure out what's going on, he says he doesn't want to touch it. Slug is offering to send him the logs. He's literally saying he doesn't want to see it. So you can't simultaneously do the I'm confused cope, and any efforts to dispel that confusion, you actively avoid them. You're just sweeping.
Harm because it fucked over everyone.
Yeah, sure.
It fucked over everyone because he fucked over KJ. He fucked over Ash because
no. Let's not just get into. Let's just not get into like the fucking details, okay?
Yeah.
Not helpful.
Yeah. No.
But,
Why?
like, sure. Again, no one's fucking
stuff.
disagreeing with you. Yes, this is massively fucking unhelpful and damaging to like everyone. Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah. Very damaging.
Like people know who's in that server. I think people are vaguely aware of the concerns anyway. But let's not like just start digging into details. But yeah, I mean, I'll be honest with you, Slug.
Yeah.
Like, I will be honest with you. I do blame you a bit for all of this mess. Because I do think that this was handled incredibly badly on your part and has been for months. I warned you months ago that if it was handled in this direction, something like this would happen. And I don't like, if people are going to dig through this server and still release it, again, by all means, but it needs to, like, whatever this is, needs to stop, and people need to stop fucking trying to talk to me about it, because I'm very happy for shit to come out, but it's nothing to do with me.
What do you mean what is this cope, dude? If Queeman tomorrow, and I have less of an association with Queeman than Beckett, these people were directly, like, his mods or whatever, but if, like, let's say tomorrow, Queeman gets caught with, like, CP, okay? You should urge me to cover that. There should be an expectation that I cover that. It's not my situation, but this is somebody that I've collaborated with or associated with that is in my circle and is engaging in a drama that falls under the lines of what I'd cover when comparable behavior is engaged in by literally anyone else. So by that, off of that fast alone, it kind of does involve me, right? This involves him. This is along the lines of other stuff that he's covered. He just doesn't want to be involved because it makes people he likes look bad.
It's not in these fucking spaces. And I'm just sick and tired, as I have been for months, of this boiling over and becoming my fucking problem. I should not, it just shouldn't be the case. And I warn people, not just you, I warn everyone, that if people continue down this fucking route, here's where we end up. And listen, I don't mind chat pressing me on certain points.
You were right about that.
Okay.
Like, outright, you were right about where it would lead.
You know, this was actually my biggest worry. And like tonight, I tried to be as neutral as possible, but I'm not kidding when I say I was. Dude, I don't think I've ever crashed out that hard over internet stuff in my entire fucking life. I'm fucking livid.
I don't know, man. You seem to crash out pretty hard at me.
This is all so needless.
Like,
dude, Beckett was like straight up calling me like an F slur and shit because I got him so pressed in the fucking DMs. Like, I've never seen him get to that point. We were arguing for like hours, dude. Hours.
And such huge amounts of bullshit. And I think that, like, the main thing... Like,
you're not gonna thank me for sending you the fucking flower? I'm sorry, Haas. Thank you for sending me the flower.
What confuses me most about it, again, is why. The logs, as far as I can see, have no impact on Shadow. They don't really have an impact... They don't have an impact on Vlad, either. Like, again, I know that Falgi gave Vlad the server for the exact same reason he gave it to you. As a parting fuck you.
How is Vlad involved in this, by the way?
Bomb. But, like, it's completely fucking retarded.
Like, that's what I didn't understand, why fucking Shadow would do this at first, because it's like, still, come on. It doesn't benefit him, it doesn't benefit you, it doesn't do any of that, but it's like, and I will fully own up, yeah, I mishandled a lot of shit. Like, and I did, like, cause a lot of paranoia. Like, we can both agree on that, right?
Yeah. And it stopped people talking, and then everyone thought, like, everything they were going to say was going to get taken horrifically
guys,
out of context.
I appreciate the jewels and the gifts and shit, but they just don't come up normally, so I'm going to almost certainly miss it if that occurs. I'll try at the end of stream to go through all of them and read them out, but in the moment, I might not see them.
I don't think you're the only person who's responsible for this, but I do think that it's been a driving factor, and as I put to you in DMs, and we talked about it on call, I was like, this was the inevitable fucking outcome. You ended up burned. If, like, you then handed the server off to...
Great stuff.
Well, I feel like it's going to get a lot worse from here.
That whole thing.
Okay, listen, again, I'm not precious about this. I'm more just confused.
God, it's just like the whole, like, raped Avengers being deployed in chat. Hidden Heroine, Dreamer, Lanza, Ace Howler, Lyle Convoy, Goat Cato, EDP...
Yeah.
I completely view. I understand. I understand.
Okay.
But
right.
It's this thing of it's causing more harm because it fucked over everyone.
Yeah, sure.
It fucked over everyone because he fucked over KJ. He fucked over Ash because
No. Let's not just get into. Let's just not get into.
Would do this at first because it's like, still, come on, it doesn't benefit him.
Is Gilded retarded? Think of the kids, unless it's a mother sharing pics of her children in a drama server. So the mom is dumb for doing that, but she would presumptively trust the individuals within this private server that she was sharing with. We could call that dumb all day, because you're right, that is totally dumb. That doesn't give you permission, though, to disseminate those photos in a public forum if they were not previously disseminated in a public forum. That doesn't change anything.
It doesn't benefit you. It doesn't do any of that. But it's like, and I will fully own up. Yeah, I mishandled a lot of shit. Like, and I did like cause a lot of paranoia. Like, we can both agree on that, right?
Yeah. And it stopped people talking, and then everyone thought like everything they were going to say was going to get taken horrifically out of context. I don't think you're the only person who's responsible for this, but I do think that it's been a driving factor. And it's like put to you in DMs, and we talked about it on call. I was like, this was the inevitable fucking outcome. You ended up burned. It was like you then handed the server off to Saint and Monstrous, and everyone's apparently back.
Also, what is this like? I'm gonna do a Destinyism. Okay, it's on Aiden stream. Destiny's not coming up every 10 seconds. I'm gonna do a Destinyism. But what is this like absolute need on Beckett's part to take agency away from grown adults? Nothing about Slug vague posting would have compelled, reasonably, the shadow guy into disseminating this. Okay, that was a choice made by him as an adult that he is wholly, fully, personally responsible for. And the same goes for this KJ guy. It doesn't matter that Felgi asked him to do it. As a grown adult with agency, it becomes his fault when he decides to utilize that and comply with the request.
To square one. So the server that lots of people have been talking about behind the scenes all gets pushed back. And it's not like the conversations around it were quiet. And you know how fucking tense this has been for multiple community people. It's been a fucking shit show.
So
it's car crash top to bottom.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm gonna push back on everything being put back to square one because I gave Saint and Monstrous everything I had, so they were basically starting off where I ended. And
Monstrous. Monstrous. Why does that name ring such a bell, Beckett? I don't know if Beckett's watching. That name certainly rings a bell, okay?
I gave them all of my logs. Every single thread, every forum post, because, again, the logs that were leaked are not everything.
Yeah.
Because it's missing a bunch of very crucial threads that has a lot of information, and it's also missing a lot of logs from the ops server and Touch Grass.
What from? Okay, like yeah, I know it's missing stuff from Touch Grass. I don't actually know what was posted from the ops side or why OpBlock was even posted at all.
So that's something I didn't understand because even when I looked at the logs, the most you could get from the ops side is just shit talk. The major thing was done in fucking Touch Grass. And the major inclusion of the morale channel from the OpBlock server was very fucking weird. Like, because when I gave Saint and Monstrous the logs, I gave them a password protected Proton drive. Like one that I changed the password for every week.
These logs are like the fucking Epstein files, Dad.
So like these are new exports.
Around 3 thanks.
Everyone at saying, why can I see one of my chats moving, not the other? Oh, okay, because you're like fucked up. That's great. So I think Discord was a mistake. Yeah, it's true. We all like Shadow. This is a shock. Yes, it is.
Everything sucks. Everything sucks. Everyone is bad. All sides bad. Discord and the internet is wacky. This is a convoluted. Whenever people do the everything bad thing, it's just like, it's so infuriating, man. It's like you're obviously trying to sweep and make this sound more convoluted than it is to obfuscate for your boys. Sorry, 310.
Stuff. Right? Am I allowed to come on and clarify things since I'm being mentioned to death? Yeah, we'll do Gallagher first and we'll do you. You doing alright, Beckett? I'm alright.
I'm sorry. Don't kill me. I think I'm becoming diabetic, man. I gotta pee. 1 sec. Dude, this is bad, man. Alright, going forward, I'm just gonna stream with a catheter. Or we're gonna get like a piss bottle. Alright, we're gonna get a 2-liter designated piss bottle for streams.
Right. I've had a really good couple of weeks. I'm just very pissed about all of this. Right? You guys should be pissed as well, by the way. I'm just trying not to fly off the fucking handle and crash out.
Go to a therapist, man.
The strongest soldier, I'm still standing. Pinker is my strongest soldier, this is true. I just want to play Rogue Trader. That's all I want to do. I just want to play Rogue Trader.
Where does this Gallagher guy come in?
For adults at normal on Discord. Good fucking question. I couldn't tell you. Please enjoy some seconds. Kick him with 20, then... Gallagher, buddy.
Hello.
Hello, mate.
Dan, who was that? Who is that? Hello.
Okay, rules for this. I still listen. I am still presenting things as neutrally as possible. If people want to do other stuff after that, like, I'm just not getting in the way. But for this stream,
yeah,
just like, yeah, I don't want this to become a platform for anyone else to, I just don't want to deal with it. Okay.
Yeah, I'm just going to clarify on some things. So first of all, I'm not ACC. I don't know why people keep saying I'm ACC.
You sound ACC as fuck.
I use generative AI, so I'm automatically not ACC. So that's stupid. So I just think like the big problem I'm having in it, and I see this happen in these commentary circles all the time, is like the minute someone does something that is slightly messed up, everyone pretends like they've never messed up before. And it's really easy to be like, oh my God, Shadow shouldn't have done any of this. And the theory crafting, and I'm just going to push this idea that Shadow is a doxer because of a theory that I allegedly have, and like using like these really qualifying statements just seems really stupid to me, because I know exactly why Shadow did what he did. I had a very long conversation with him yesterday, and I kind of chewed him out a little bit because I felt like he was a little dishonest with me. So here are some facts. Fact number one, the reason why Shadow leaked the logs is because he felt like people were holding them over your head. Like, Beckett, do this thing for me or I'm going to release these logs, because like people were like afraid.
So you wanted to get back at those people while showing reckless disregard for the rights and wants of others. That is malicious. That is malicious. And when it's in the context of the non-consensual dissemination of PII, that becomes doxing. And you guys have an even lighter definition of doxing than I do. So I don't understand why this person is not being called a doxer.
Afraid that there was career-ending shit in here, right? They were afraid that there was some stuff in here that if it got out, then it would just absolutely like wreck people. So they were paranoid about the idea of the logs getting out, all right? Okay. The part where I got mad at him was because he called me and he was absolutely like freaking out. And I told him I was going to do this. I said, I'm going to tell Beckett the truth, right? He told me, he's like, Gallagher, Vlad told Lio, who told Beckett. Now Beckett's mad at me. And the first thing I said was like, wait, why is Beckett surprised? You told us that Beckett greenlit you to share these.
Yeah, what confuses me as well is like, if there's a worry
He told you, he said what now? To who? Where? When? Why?
There's like career-ending shit in there where it's like held over my head. Like, I specifically said to multiple people, I don't care if you release these fucking things. It doesn't involve me. Why would it be anything to do with me? And like, sure, there's KJ's involvement, but
he saying to, I'm sorry, unless I'm like misremember, wasn't he telling somebody in private not to publish this?
We've all talked about it. Like, he's talked to Himbleton about it. He's happy to talk to people about it. Like, no one's denying that KJ fucked up royally in the involvement in this server, and other things. Like, I literally don't. The dropping of this server from a perspective of how it impacts me is fucking zero. My biggest concern was literally, and I'll say this again, was one particular thread on somebody who I'm friendly with, and I didn't want their shit.
Why is Beckett not questioning why this guy's going around claiming that he greenlit this decision? That would be something that you'd presumptively get very defensive about.
Dragged up and litigated again because I knew they didn't want it. That was it. That was it.
So I think the big thing that made Shadow freaked out was when Slug gave everything over to Monstrous and Saint, and I guess that Monstrous did a post in Thunderdome where she said, we got the logs, but we're not going to do
Thunderdome. Okay, this is so funny. So Beckett was talking about bringing back Thunderdome so that me and Lio can debate. So Lio's friend, or it was Parliament or Thunderdome, I don't remember which one it was, but they ran to go make the server preemptively so that I was preemptively banned, and it was a rule stipulation that the thing you were not allowed to debate on in there was any of the old Lio shit. That was like a specific like rule they had to implement to sweep for the sensitive fat fuck.
do anything with them unless people force our hand. And like I told him, I said, if I had these logs, I would just, and someone was holding them over my head, I would just fucking release them. Like, fuck you, you don't get to hold anything over me, right? But Shadow told us yesterday, he told Vlad and I yesterday that you gave him the green light. So when he called me freaking out, I was like, wait, what? Beckett should not be surprised about this at all. Like 0%. Okay, to address something that Slug said, because Slug's like, oh, if it wasn't malicious.
Did Beckett give him the green light?
Then why was it posted like this? The reason why the reason why Shadow posted them onto lolcow farms was to distance you from it as much as possible.
Why is Monstrous a fan of mine now?
Like, he was hoping that he could just drop them there. It would take the wind out of everyone's sails who was using these logs that he, thought was leverage. And I'm not gonna lie, it looked like people were holding these logs as leverage. For what? I don't know, right? Because I'm gonna be real, I don't know a lot about Falgi. I don't know a lot about Cloudy. I wasn't in the server. I was in op block for maybe 2 months and I left because I thought the server was too soy, right? So like the only criticism I have about you all, you keep saying everyone involved in this is bad. Everybody, both sides are fucked up. I'm a side, but I didn't voluntarily enter this. I feel like I was collateral damage because I was friends with Vlad. One day everything was fine, and the next day everybody wanted to crusade against me. I was trying to chill out, and then I was getting messages from people, much like I'm getting messages now, of people asking me all these stupid internet questions. Like, is it
sure. I say,
who is this person?
These people?
I say
he's just like a real life guy, not an internet bro. Is this person a guy? It's the ACC, so you really. It's a bold choice to try to gas off a voice alone.
I say both sides because I'm frustrated and tired, but yeah, sure. But like, Al, you've been very chill, and like of all the people I've told to shut the fuck up, you have pretty much, as far as I can see, to shut the fuck up.
Wait, so did Vlad have preemptive knowledge that this was going to be disseminated before it was?
So
yeah. And so the thing that made it hard for me is from the month of February until literally yesterday, people have been treating me like a fucking leper over these sex accusations, like, because people conveniently decided that when it mattered to them, they were going to think that things that I said that were jokes just magically weren't jokes. And I know you don't want me to do.
Oh, I hate it when that happens. Really hate it when that happens. This community has never done that to me in any context, under any circumstance.
Certain things on here, but that narrative was heavily pushed by Saint.
And something we do something about the ACC. Well, I launched a crusade against the ACC that was going well for a few months. I was taken out of the game. But now that I have rebuilt an army, I've had my Waterloo, okay? Well, it's not my Waterloo yet. I've escaped from Elba. I've rebuilt my army. I think that it is time we launch a new excursion.
Like, here's the thing. I have those logs, those DMs with B. I have everything. I have so much shit from all the people saying, I don't think you were a sex pest, Gallagher. I have it all, right?
Sure, like,
to go back to the Shadow thing.
Yeah, and what I'd say with that is, don't let it get ahead. If it needs to be litigated somewhere else, just do it somewhere else. But yeah, that's fine.
No, yeah.
I was sitting there for months wanting to take these fucks down so bad. I just didn't have the manpower to do it. I didn't have the manpower to do it. I didn't have the respect to do it. They could just they could wave away anything I said as, oh, it's Aiden. That guy's just a spurg. Wave it away. I got some numbers now. Okay, it's not much. But it's something. Okay, it's something.
But I mean, I'm just putting it out there, right? Because like the problem with sex pest allegations is they're nearly impossible to defend yourself from, right? And look, I'm gonna be real with you. If I woke up tomorrow and my entire digital internet footprint was gone, I would view it no more as if a video game save file I had got corrupted. That's how this is to me. It's just what I do for fun. This doesn't matter to me. It's not important to me. But like,
kind of sounds like this matters to you.
B was my friend. Like, we've had like really long, in-depth conversations.
This doesn't matter to me, but here's all the reasons that this really matters to me.
So to see her in my DMs trying to convince me that she doesn't think that I'm a sex pest, and then see her in Thunderdome telling everybody that she thinks that I'm trying to fuck her, is fucking psychotic.
I think there's a difference between being a sex pest and wanting to fuck somebody, right?
I can see where everyone's frustrations lie. Again, I'm trying to be very neutral here, but yeah, like I get it.
No, this is me talking. Because the problem is, and I love you to death, Beckett, but the fence sitting position you're taking right now, people are accusing Gallagher of sex pest. Drop silent. Everyone's gonna be like, whoa. Now all we know is Gallagher is being accused of being a sex pest, and everyone's first inkling is to just say, well, obviously, if all these women are accusing him of being a sex pest, it must be true. Right?
Well, yeah, I suppose.
I mean, mostly I came on here to explain the Shadow stuff, right?
Sure. Like, I mean, again, from my perspective, from my perspective, if you've got DMs of that, then, and if people want to litigate that, then at least you can, right? So I'm just
them. Okay, this person's non-binary. Listen, this is the thing with the ACC. I'm above the 2016. I identify as an attack helicopter, jokes or whatever. All right, I love the trans nation, but with the ACC, you never fucking know. You never know. You'll hear somebody that you're like very sure sounds like and is trying to sound like a dude. You'll like listen to them talk, and it turns out they're like actually like a Therian like wolf person, like that. I don't even fucking know, dude.
this is just the point I'm at. I don't want to overly do this because I can see Satan chat and he's like, I'm gonna have Monstrous on. Monstrous can come talk. I don't fucking mind. I don't care. But like, I don't want to drag this out because from my perspective, I'm tired and pissed off. And this probably isn't the end of it, but this is position a load of people.
I'm tired and pissed off. I'm tired and pissed off.
Me in, so I'm just ripping the band-aid off.
It's just a constant. This is a mess. I'm tired and pissed off. This is a mess. Don't put any responsibility to cover this like I would in other situations onto me because this involves my friends, and I'm tired and I'm pissed.
That's it. That's it. No.
Yeah, I don't want to be involved in it either. Like, it's 1 minute everything is fine, and then the next second, like, I'm getting blown up because, I have to get asked by Shadow and Haas, why are people going around saying that you're a sex pest? And I'm like, wait, what the fuck are you talking about? You know what I mean? And then I find out that there's a cabal of people going around doing all this shit. But no, I just want to clear up. At the end of the day, the purpose of Shadow posting those logs, it was one of those, the road to hell is paved on good intentions, right? Like, he thought he was looking out for you. He thought he was doing the right thing. He posted it.
I'm sorry, where do you ever think when you're leaking photos of somebody's children unredacted, how could you ever go into something like that and think in your head, I'm doing the right thing? That is such bullshit, Dad.
In lolcow farms, because that was a website
on lolcow farms too. Yeah, no part of this fucking guy believed he was doing the right thing. He literally tried to hide his own identity in the course of doing it because he knew what he was doing was wrong. This is malicious.
Knew that you didn't need to have an account to post on. He made it look like it was inflammatory against you and Lio to A, get people to click on it, and B, to get to make it look like it didn't come from your circle, because he knew that if people found out it was him, then you would get flack for it because of how close he is to you.
Yeah, I mean, the easiest way to do that would not be to post the fucking thing. But yeah, sure.
Well, yeah, but the problem is that, like Vlad said in your chat, like, he went into such lengthy detail with Vlad and I about like what your quote unquote conditions were that we thought he had cleared it with you. So when he like was like freaking out and said, Gallagher, I need to talk, and he called me, I was like, wait, why is Beckett upset that you did this? I thought you cleared this with him. And then he kind of like beat around the bush a little bit. I'm like, so you didn't really clear it with him? Because like, why wouldn't Vlad and I talk to Lio about it? Right? Like, that doesn't make any sense.
Why did nobody go and question Beckett about this?
Because obviously we would talk to Lio about it because his name is fucking in the title of the thing, So no, the intent wasn't malicious. He wasn't trying to dox anyone. He was trying to put it out there because, it looked like to him that these logs were being like held over your head to, I know you talked about the truce several times, but to like cement the truce.
I don't really know how I came to that conclusion because again, these logs don't really impact me. So
Well, the problem is, and I told Shadow this multiple times, I said, you're not cut out for this. Like, he invests way too much.
These guys' friends, so that was, yeah, and listen, that in and of itself, there could be a million, that could just be unlucky, a coincidence, okay, that doesn't need to mean anything, but it could mean that this is actually just normal behavior in their circle, that the possibility of Beckett greenlighting something like this to them is not all that far-fetched, which would presumptively mean that there's like behavior that occurs like in that general space that they just, I guess, accept as okay.
To it, he was very.
I don't think Beckett would have like personally signed off on leaking photos of his kids at all. I don't think Beckett would ever do that. But other pieces of information, I wouldn't see him particularly caring about. I'd have to look into it more.
Paranoid about a lot of things. Like, when I turn off Discord, I stop thinking about Discord. Like, it's not that fucking important to me. It's really fucking not. Right?
Dude, the people that need to emphasize how unimportant this stuff to them is, how they're their real life, blah, 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 those are the people that care the most. Okay? They care enough to need to constantly, like, signal to you how little they care.
Like, why I'm involved in any of this, I have no clue. The only thing I can think of is people wanted to go after Vlad. You forged some kind of agreement where no one goes after Vlad, and now...
What? Hello? He did what? This guy's not even now he's recalling like his own recollection. He's not just like recalling what he was told secondhand anymore. You came to what agreement? This is a fucking cabal. This is a straight up cabal. Beckett's calling him up. He's like, keep Vlad's name out of your fucking mouth, kid. You're gonna be sleeping with the fishes. We're gonna call Vinny Cement Shoes Martin on your ass.
It's like, okay, so now we have to do the jar thing and go after the people close to him.
Well, I mean,
right?
yeah,
So that's
yeah. I don't want to listen. I'm sure this all stuff will get litigated separately. I'll let people litigate it separately. But okay, look, okay.
This is like just the most. Let's litigate it separately. Just like the most like the sweep is on. Okay, the big sweep is on. Even when Diorio would sweep, he wouldn't give like explicit orders to not cover somebody, to my knowledge, right? There would be some disguise to how he would go about like getting someone to do something. Apparently Beckett's just in private, overtly telling people not to go after players in this situation. If Vlad greenlit this, knowing about it in advance, Vlad is a guilty party.
I'm gonna bounce you now, but I appreciate you coming on, talking, like giving that perspective of Shadow. Oh, okay, cool. Peace.
Yep.
Right. Okay.
Monstrous said she would I tell Monstrous I appreciate the offer, but I don't see any. There's no use for me on that server.
Hey, cool. We're gonna do Monstrous. I don't know if we'll get to say it. I don't know if we'll get to Vlad. I don't want, because I know this is just going to turn into like sides cuckery shit, which is the very thing that I don't want to fucking engage in. But I think it's fair to have Gallon because I brought up the sex pest stuff.
Isn't it so nice to live in a world where wherever anything's inconvenient for you, you get to just freely choose not to engage?
Fair to have Mon on, and then we'll see what.
I put the details Salt said about the. Okay, let me take a look. Who is Salt, by the way? Dan Saltman? Saint of Salt. Well, we certainly weren't allowed to. Gallagher made it sound like no one was allowed to criticize Gilded. Well, we certainly weren't allowed to. Not allowed to talk about how Gallagher ran with Shadow's assumption. Not allowed to talk badly about Gilded. Not allowed to swing. But he was allowed to send his people to hint and vague post about us. It was called towing the line. When we do it back, it's a threat, though, I guess. Lol. I don't know about no one, because I mostly keep to my own shit, lol, so I can't speak on any of their truces. But I can tell you I at one point had like 7 going, where it was basically just, do not release this or we will make you content, as it usually is. Lol, and this whole thing was mediated by Beckett. Why do people call me a sweeper? It was originally mediated by Falgi, but then, well, you know, Lama Fal. The big sweep is on. They will allegedly actively compel you to shut the fuck up if you have something negative to say. Not only will they avoid negative coverage of their friends, if you have negative coverage to bring to the table about their friends, private agreements will be made amongst this incestuous, hypocritical, dishonest cabal. The big sweep is on.
Where we are. Right, okay. Yo, Mon.
The scariest part is if Beckett is having to flick levers to stop people from doing crazy things to each other, then the lack of those levers being flicked might be seen as implicit consent by these schizos to do stupid stuff that the others are chomping at the bit to carry out. Maybe.
Can you hear me okay?
You're really quiet.
Oh, why am I so quiet? Damn it. Sorry. I don't know what to do about that. 1 second. No, please do me get out.
So this is between Beckett and Monstrous. Those two names said together don't remind me of anything. They do not leave me with any evil knowledge about anything. Nothing going on. Nothing to see, folks.
Am I still quiet?
It's still really quiet. Why are you quiet? You're not normally quiet. Wait, say something.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Okay, that should be fine. Fuck it.
Okay, fuck it. So I just wanted to clarify something, and this is not me swinging at anyone, but I feel like it should be clarified, right? So when Slug gave us the logs. Sage and I tried really hard to utilize the logs that we had, that we were given, right? And we couldn't because we were unable to figure out how to keep the media in place. So that
No, there's not. There. Listen, there is nothing about Monstrous. Okay, I'm sure she's a sweet lady, but let's just say you always need an ace in the hole. Okay.
So that everything could be censored. So we requested access into Touchgrass to be able to get everything by hand, because we were gonna have to comb through everything. Now I made an announcement in Thunderdome saying that we would release everything in time, right? Because unlike Slug, we didn't want to make promises that we could not keep. It was going to be impossible for us to make promises. There was nothing to dingle, right? There was
My
nothing
second crusade against the ACC, which is not coming yet, but when it does, okay, and they're panicking for it, will be glorious, okay? You will know things, you will hear about things you would never be able to comprehend about these people. It's so much worse than you realize, okay? My return will be very inconvenient for all of them, and I'm gonna make sure to make it as inconvenient as possible.
To hold over anyone's head. In fact, you and I had a whole conversation about what Sage and I didn't want out, what you didn't want released, and you and I had come to that agreement, correct?
Yeah. I've said that multiple times this stream. Yeah.
Right. Now, I just want to make sure. As far as that is concerned, I don't know why anyone would think that we were trying to dangle the server over everyone's head. It's literally two of us going through these logs. In some cases, going over 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,000 posts.
Yeah,
right?
sure.
To
Like
make sure
some of
that
it's like
the
pulled
data
out
is
from
censored.
Slug, because like this is viewed as Slug dangled the server, then hands it to you, and it continues to feel dangled even if that's not what your intention is.
Sure, but then the adults involved, that doesn't compel any adult with agency to then go and disseminate PII by leaking the unredacted server.
Sure, I suppose so. Although we aren't Slug, correct? And
Yeah, sure.
and I also made it clear in Thunderdome, right, that we had creators coming to us, so we were working as fast as we could when we could. So what to kind of jump off of that, right? When we took this over, we did not expect the sheer volume, right, of not just having to try and put the logs back together and having to comb through everything.
Why would you stop using Discord? Discord is fun. You could just have a Discord that doesn't do shit like this.
But what it would take to censor everything, because we literally have to censor everything by hand. I know I saw Pizza in the chat earlier talking about, well, if anyone knew basic programming, they could just go coming through the HTML. Well, I've learned a lot more about HTML in the last 48 hours than I ever thought I would ever need, since the Zanga days. And that's rough. And I don't disagree that people shouldn't be posting their kids in drama servers. But I disagree that this is something that always would have happened.
People shouldn't. Okay, but apparently this server was also people were friends with each other. This was invite only, right? It was a private server. That criticism is a broader criticism on modern parenting in general, about people putting photos of their kids online. But that bears no relevance to our assertion about criticisms against Beckett's mod for disseminating these photos in a public forum, which the parents of the child had not done so.
Because I told you this earlier in a call, and I actually had a conversation with Haas about this. When it came to people circling Thunderdome, Catsleer Walk, my friends in those spaces, all of them, not any one person, but all of them, because I got complaints about people poking their noses in places in streams, wherever.
By the way, if you guys want to support the stream, great way to help us out is to tip through Streamlabs and Super Chats. Another great way to support is to like, if you've not done so already. It's an easy one click of a button.
I told you, I told Haas, I told multiple people, my DMs are open. People can literally just ask questions. There's nothing to gay off regarding the logs, regarding anything, actually.
Well, apparently behind the scenes, agreements are being made to sweep for people.
And that anyone is welcome in Thunderdome. I post the only permalink that we have. I post it all the time. And
anyone is welcome in Thunderdome. Well, apparently that's a very recent development, okay? It's a very recent development. They literally quarantined me to my own chat, and even then, I was still too much for them to handle. So they put it so I had a 24-hour reset limit per message.
And anyone could just go into Thunderdome. Our questions are literally like, are you over 18? Are you a spy? And you literally just have to check yes.
Are you Aiden?
We don't care. I know that the server gets leaked all the time, so it's never bothered me. So, you know, you talk about how, well, this was always avoidable, or I'm sorry, that this was always going to happen, but I'm sorry, I have to disagree, Beckett. Like,
I mean, okay.
If Shadow had just
okay,
go ahead.
you can disagree. That's fine. But this is the exact sort of thing that I said for months was going to happen if this was handled this way, and this happened. So while you can say this could have been avoided, yeah, maybe it could have done. There were definitely other ways to do this, but the way it was handled was, in my opinion, kind of backed up by the fact that I was fucking right, was going to lead to this. And I don't think that's, again, I'm not blame attaching to like anybody here, but this is what I warned about. This is where we are. So yeah, it's I think so again, as I said to you, because we talked before the stream, because I mean, like, again, I'm not like trying to blindside anybody here. I think I was pretty clear on what I was going to talk about during this.
Yeah, you were.
My basic thing here is, from the start of this, these were servers and spaces that I was not in, that ended up impacting on me and causing me stress and annoyance. They continue to do so.
Oh, poor.
And
can this guy go 5 fucking seconds without talking about his stress or annoyance? Get over it, okay? Get over it or stop doing this. Nobody. It's actually annoying me that you need to constantly tell us about how fucking annoyed you are, like it bears any relevance to this situation or us. It doesn't, okay? Nobody gives a fuck that you're annoyed.
If people want to continue looking into the Touchgrass server, I'm not going to stop anybody. I'm not going to criticize anybody. I'm not going to.
Yeah, we need your permission.
You can't do that. But I'm just.
Thank you, Almighty Beckett, for allowing us to look into this.
The point where I'm like, if people want to
I don't
do this and like have these fights, fucking do it. And just like, people just leave me alone, because I've tried and it's just caused me more stress for no money.
He
and no.
says this about everything, dude. He says this about everything. Go like. Get on Prozac, man. Get on if your stress is debilitating you to such an extent that you can't actually engage in complete coverage, that's part of the course for the role that you voluntarily assumed online, despite having a real-life job, go do something else. Go get on Prozac. I don't know what to tell you.
Content.
Absolutely.
Shit, which is just not what I'm here for, right?
Right. Yes. And Nate and I are very honest about that. You know, we post probably way too often in announcements about, you know, creators who have expressed interest in specific threads, and you know, how we move forward, how we're going to move forward. And
does this get any better? It doesn't sound like it does. Yeah, this seems like it doesn't get any better. Alright, well, that's a stream. Oh, Hidden calls in and argues with him? Wait, hold on, never mind. Never mind.
That's right. So we're not going to do things.
Okay. My internet's been bad because it's raining and I had no power for half. It's about selling that time period of all the.
It's whatever. I'm not stopping anyone. I'm just.
For worth.
Yeah. Called out a little bit by some of the shit is there. Someone asked whether I'm going to do more culturing stuff. I know he's still. Have you played any Warhammer recently? 11? Well, no. Yeah. That's
somebody I don't like.
Right.
I've said things and Tate and I talked and Tate apologized to me for it. I'm not taking any swinging swipes at Saint here. Swipes at Saint? Yeah, there we go. But I am done. This needs context. Did I miss any super? He finds this entertaining. And also, well, how you doing? Are you live?
Oh man, no, I'm not live.
Okay.
My internet's been bad.
I'm gonna phone Diesel. The biggest criticism I could with Vlad that I don't, but yeah, so like I'm not doing there we go. But yeah, super chats. Watch this, I've been pretty clear on saying where like I've said things to do with me. Don't mind. So yeah.
So this is monstrous, but it's before Diesel, and Diesel only calls in like 4 minutes later.
Okay, cool.
That was the only context I wanted to provide.
Okay, no worries. I'll catch you later.
Back, appreciate it.
Peace. We're gonna take one more call in. Like Saint, I can see you in chat. Like again, I hope you've watched this and like winging swipes at swing context. With two no stinky ape up to that thing. My first time catching your stream. I don't want to keep dragging random fucking people on. Yeah, I know Vlad wanted to talk as well, but like, in the same way he gave it to. It's any mystery that. Okay, other person, last person. I'm gonna phone Diesel.
Fuck. Okay, so shove a live piranha up your ass. I think I'm good. I don't know what you're hearing. Hidden Heroine does not call in before Falgi. Unless you're talking about before Monstrous as well. Let me just search up the transcript.
Nope, I'm gonna go to bed because it's
Here it is, got it.
Probably doesn't help. I mean,
I tried to keep people sane through it when I.
Yeah,
I
well,
mean,
you're
from
going
this
with it, so-
side, but that's true on.
I know though, and that's something that I'm a little pissed off about is that Shadow was
Yes, people can either get their shit together and move on with their lives, or they can go fight about it. Up to them. Don't care what you do. Not my problem. But that is, but I'm from my part of this of trying to like get people to be level-headed and calm. I'm just not doing that anymore. I'm done.
Oh my.
I'm tired.
He's tired. He's annoyed. He's frustrated. He can't be ours.
This was never my problem to fucking begin with.
Not his problem.
Yeah, like
let me get on stream for 4 hours and tell you about how uninvolved I am.
I mean, again, I'm mostly just surprised that some of what's been like aired today on stream is being aired. Like, I'm a B for real VDMs with B are like, I get it, but I also don't get it. Like, I get that we're talking about the sex pest allegations against Gallagher, but also
because all of this is connected. It's because it's all the same reason, Hidden. It's because it's all from this fucking friendship group. That's why this is happening. That's why it's happening. Because like that's the reason Shadow got dragged into this. And that's the reason, like, that like, interpersonal fight over the shit involving Gallagher is the instigating factor in all this. That's why Shadow is involved in it. That's why he got dragged in, and it's why, like, B's closeness to Slug freaked out so many fucking people and made him, like, appear as incredibly biased, and it's one of the things that's driven paranoia. And one of the things that I should be really clear of with this friendship group is everyone who came out of that little Foundry friendship group came out almost completely different fucking people, and I think you know this as well. Not, like, actually, no, I think you do know this as well. Just from talking to those people at the time, everyone became so fucking paranoid that they were, like,
God, so more like minimization for his mod. It was actually the friendship group that made him this way. It was the friendship group. It was the...
jumping at their own shadows, and that has had long-term impacts. This whole thing is about that fucking friendship group and the fallout from it.
Just like using any like words possible to remove agency from the grown adult who made a bad decision.
Yeah, I mean, again, like, I only know about part of this because I remember, I want to say catching wind, that sounds bad, but like, I came to people about it and I was like, hey, what the fuck is going on? Why, why is all this happening? And that's how I was told some stuff. I want to clarify because I've seen Vlad in chat. I don't know everything. Don't worry. Like, you're fine. I don't know why you're freaking out, but you're fine. I don't know everything. I just know small bits and pieces that people tell me. I know though, and that's something that I'm a little pissed off about, is that Shadow was, I don't want to say snooping, but kind of snooping behind the scenes about the shit that happened with Mahi. That was something personal to me. Which,
okay, well, okay. To be clear, we say snooping behind the scenes, but because this is also connected, it's not like the stuff that happened around like that little group of people does not get brought up or dragged up or like connected, and the Mahi stuff is connected to this friendship server shit.
Sort of, yes. Now, arguably, it hit me a lot harder than any of Cloudy and Falgi did, but
Sure. Again, like, this isn't Victim Olympics Hidden. You're allowed to, like, sure, you can be the most aggrieved party, but
yes,
yeah.
I can. Listen, there's a difference between like Mahi being like, oh, Falgi asked me on a date, and Mahi going around and going, hey, Hidden makes people watch CP. Like, there's a
True. Unironically, no evidence required. No evidence required. Totally true. That almost certainly happened. Do I need evidence? No. Okay, the proof is in the pudding. The proof is in the pudding. True statement. Do not cut that out of context so it sounds like an admission.
two different things. I also, again, like, some of these allegations are public. Like, the stuff with Gallagher is public in, like, the Black server. Everyone can see that. I could see it. I'm in Black. So it's not like all of this is secret. It's just...
Well, it might not be secret, but everyone's terrified of fucking talking about it and freaking out, and no one's aired it. So, yeah,
right.
I'm
putting back it.
Because, again, I don't know everything. I'm not gonna. But, like, Vlad's over there.
Okay, so just 4 hours of I don't know what's going on. I'm not involved. I'm not for, like, 4 hours. Great stuff, guys. Loving the new direction of the ACC. Very excited for next week's leaks, okay? It's going to be a weekly recurring segment. But yeah, that seems like total call. Have a good night, everybody. Take care. I'll see y'all maybe tomorrow. I don't know. The great sweep is on. True.